Om Swastiastu. Ladies and gentlemen, every day is a perfect time to be better. And today, Wednesday, the 17th of November 2021, we will continue to share our experiences and ideas. Welcome to the second day of the 5th Bali International Tourism Conference 2021. It is indeed an honor for me, Dian Ariswari, to be able to be the host again in this second day. And do you know, ladies and gentlemen, that the 17th of November is celebrated as the International Student Day. And in this delightful day, we all learn together and we will learn to each other through each session in this conference. And today we are also very honored to have two of our keynote speeches. They are the Honorable Professor Lisa Ruhanen and also Professor Stefan Gosling. And then it will be continued by our invited speaker session number 3, the parallel sessions, and then the closing session. So we would like to remind you to please don't miss the chance to have a nice discussion with all of the speakers today. And of course, you can join us by typing your questions later on in the chat box, or you can also use the raise hand button later on, of course, during the discussion session on each session. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will just start directly the keynote speech session, and it will be led by our moderator today, Dr. Agung Suryawan Wiranata. Please welcome our moderator.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Bali International Tourism Conference 2021 at the second day. Today, we will have two keynote speakers and 3 invited speakers and several presentations by call papers in the parallel session. Now, we would like to invite Professor Lisa Ruhanen. I'm sorry if I missed the pronunciation of your name, Professor Lisa. She will deliver her speech entitled with "Can We Build Back Better the Place for Sustainable and Responsible Tourism in the COVID-19 Recovery." Before we ask Professor Lisa to deliver her speech, let me read her short biodata. Professor Lisa Ruhanen is a tourism researcher and lecturer in the area of sustainable and responsible tourism, indigenous tourism, and policy planning and governance. She is the Director of Teaching and Learning for the University of Queensland Business School at the University of Queensland, Brisbane, Australia. And he was worked closely with the United Nations World Tourism Organization over the last decade, including a secondment to the UNWTO headquarters in Madrid. She is currently an advisory board member and auditor for the UNWTO's TED Qual accreditation program. Prof. Lisa is also actively engaged with a range of startup indigenous tourism business in Australia, using her research expertise to explore visitor demand, market opportunities, and product development strategies, and has led research and consultancy studies for the federal and state government in Australia. I'm very glad to meet Professor Lisa Ruhanen this afternoon because I'm also graduate from the University of Queensland from Geographical Science and Planning Department in 2001. So we are actually a very close related to the university. Okay, now please welcome Professor Risa Ruhanan. Time is yours, 30 minutes for speaking.
Thank you so much for the warm introduction, and it's wonderful to meet another UQ alumni over the internet here. I'm going to hopefully share my screen if I can do so with my PowerPoint. I'm hoping that you're all able to see that now. Yeah. Hopefully that's working. There we go. Great. Thank you so much for the invitation to join the conference today. I'm very excited to be with you virtually, but I guess given the topic of my presentation, it's quite appropriate that I'm joining you virtually and not in person to discuss this. So thank you again for the invitation and your warm welcome. To begin my presentation, I would like to do an acknowledgement of country. Here in Australia, we acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we're meeting here. We acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders who have the connection to country. We do this before all of our important meetings and occasions. So I acknowledge the traditional owners, the Yugara and Turrbal people of Brisbane area, and their contributions to Australia and global society. And I may get to talk a little bit more about that later on. So my presentation today is focused around the place for sustainable and responsible tourism in the COVID-19 recovery. And I posed the question at the start of my title there, can we build back better? We've actually heard many of our leaders use this term. I see that the President of the United States talks about building back better. My government here in Australia uses this term. Our tourism industry has used this term. And I was interested in looking at how our leaders propose that we might actually build back better. What does this mean? In my research in the area of sustainable tourism over the last number of years, I've found that there's actually quite a lot of rhetoric around sustainable tourism. We talk about it a lot, all of us. We talk about sustainable tourism, responsible tourism. But when we actually start to look at what that means, it's a little less clear. And so given that there was so much emphasis on, this build back better, I wanted to have a look at what that actually meant. And so we're going to, through this presentation, look at what some of the leading agencies, the UNWTO, OECD, and others are actually telling us that we can do to build back better. And I hope that this fits well with your conference theme around the strategy element. Where's the strategy for tourism destinations, for operators, businesses to actually build back better in practice? So you don't need me to tell you that COVID was the shock. We were all, I'm sure, quite horrified to see what was happening around the world. And when, as tourism professionals, we were looking at the impact on our sector, when, some were referring to COVID-19 as the travel virus, we were, I'm sure that you can share, you shared in the concern when we were seeing these numbers and this impact. So, very quickly in 2019, tourism around 10.6% of all jobs, more than 330 million, possibly a lot more if we consider the informal sector. COVID, the shock. We were seeing a drop of 20%, 62 million jobs being lost, and perhaps that being perhaps even more, or still we're yet to see what those total job losses will be as in some countries, the sector is being supported by the government. We saw the global GDP drop, almost halve. Contribution to GDP down by almost 50% to about 5.5%. Huge numbers, very shocking to us. But on the plus side, I was actually quite amazed that tourism, when the whole world was just about shut down, still contributed 5.5% of global GDP. We saw percentage of exports dropping, particularly global service exports dropping, and of course, not surprisingly, domestic and international visitor spending dropping quite considerably. Again, in parts of the world where we're all from here in the Asia Pacific have been sort of much more isolated, but again, quite remarkable, I believe, that we still have, visitor spending taking place. And as part of the shock, we were seeing these sorts of things. We were seeing, employment declining by, large proportions, contribution to GDP declining by large portions. And it probably wasn't a surprise to us, who are all very familiar with that major contribution of the tourism industry. But I think globally, it really highlighted the importance of tourism and what it means to the global economy. So we were shocked, I think to say. We were shocked at the crisis for humanity, but also the economic crisis. But there was some, as we would say, silver lining. There were some positives from this. And we saw a lot of commentary around the fact that the environment was thriving without us. That while we were staying home, the environment was recovering. And the news would focus on these stories of, clearer waters. In the US, commentators talking about the fact that the closure of national parks had seen bear populations return, increasing in population, positive impacts on the marine environment, because we simply weren't traveling and using those transport measures as such. Of course, many of you might have seen that a lot of the positives around the environmental impact were actually fake news and Photoshop. So that's why I haven't shown any pictures here of dolphins in the Venice canals. But we also saw positive environmental impacts in terms of emissions and air pollution, with less travel, less commuting, manufacturing production being paused. And it led some to say that, perhaps amidst all this tragedy, in terms of human cost, there was some positive environmental outcomes that had been good for the environment, that nature was recovering, as I said. And some people really latched on to that positive dimension of the crisis. Others have said, though, that environmental impact has been overestimated. But there were certainly some positives if we're thinking about the impact on tourism. But we all missed travel. We missed going places. We didn't want to be stuck at home. We wanted to be supporting businesses, supporting local communities in our own countries, in our neighbouring countries. I know that as an Australian, Bali is a second home to many as a tourism destination. And so this idea that we were stuck and couldn't travel. And so there was some hope, though, that, we would learn the lessons. We would see that there had been some positive impacts from us reducing our travel footprint, and that we might have, learnt a new way forward, a new paradigm perhaps. But maybe not. So in Australia, our national airline Qantas tried to appease consumers' want of travel so much that they sold scenic flights, where people could just hop on an aeroplane and fly around Australia for 7 hours on a sightseeing flight. They didn't go anywhere. They left and they came back from the same place. And I think this quote from the CEO of Qantas, Alan Joyce, is quite telling when we're thinking about what sustainable and responsible tourism means for us going forward. And he said it's probably the fastest selling flight in Qantas history, that people clearly miss travel. They want the experience of flying. And if the demand is there, they are simply going to fill it. So that probably says a little bit about what consumers were wanting to experience, or their concern for the environment, that they would be willing just to fly around, probably dispute some of the things that we've looked at in past research around motivations for flying. But if we're thinking about the tourism industry, it's looking pretty good. Consumer confidence is expected to return quite quickly. I'm sharing here a slide from Deloitte, who did some modelling for Australian international tourism on when consumer confidence was likely to return, or when travel was likely to return. And if you may be able to see there, but in the harshest and most severe scenarios, demand is still predicted to return to 2019 levels by 2023. And that was at a time when we didn't know when we would see vaccines and such things. So I think that the outlook for tourism seems positive. The economic outlook for tourism seems positive. We've addressed the sheer spread of the economic disruption that was unprecedented, but it looks like things are going to recover in that space. Consumer confidence predicted to return. There's government support for rebuilding the sector in many countries around the world. But what place does sustainability have in this rapid recovery, in this pro-growth, build it back, get it restarted? Where is sustainable tourism sitting? And where is responsible tourism sitting? When we think about the fact that responsible tourism is often our individual responsibility, yet we still have people willing to sit in an aeroplane that goes nowhere. So let's just remind ourselves of some of the key concepts in sustainable and responsible tourism. I know that I'm speaking to a very educated audience here, so I won't be lecturing you on this, but just let's remind ourselves of a couple of key points. So we know that sustainable tourism for many decades now has been the tourism industry paradigm, that it's really been assumed that development is done so under the guise of sustainability, that we would be working on assumptions about increases in environmental concern amongst consumers, and that consumers would want to do well by the environment. They would want to be responsible tourists. And so sustainable development was seen as ideal for tourism because it embraced the environment and development. And given that much of tourism relies on the environment for its product, it was seen as an ideal paradigm for the tourism industry to very easily adapt. As I mentioned before there around responsibility though, the emphasis on responsibility means that we're all involved in trying to achieve these goals. That is around the way we act as individuals, the way the destination environment, the governments, the economy, how we all come together and accept responsibility is a key premise of sustainable and responsible tourism. But a key question that we have to ask in that responsible tourism discourse, while it sounds absolutely fantastic, and who would dispute that we all have a role to play, but what do we actually mean by responsible? Who exactly is responsible? I'm responsible. How am I accountable for my actions as an individual? Are tourists going to be held responsible? How do we account for the impacts or the consequences of their activity? And how do we know that the businesses that we're supporting are doing the right thing as well? And so these questions have remained and really haven't been answered in any meaningful way. And so what we've seen is that despite talking about sustainable tourism for 40 or 50 years, despite adapting new paradigms around responsibility, there really hasn't had a major impact on the overall growth and development of tourism. Sustainability and responsibility really haven't had that meaningful impact. And as you can see there, there's a quote by Buckley from 2013. It would require a simultaneous individual decision by millions of people to sacrifice their personal interest for the general good. And he considers that this is vanishingly improbable. We look at the many pieces of research that have been done over the last 20 or so years, and it's consistently demonstrating that tourists continue to be motivated by factors other than environmental concern. And just one study here that I've referred to, price is a concern for almost half. The carbon footprint is a concern for about 1%. But you have Stefan Gosling coming up next as the expert in this space, so I won't say too much here. But although we have this focus, we've talked about this at length for years, what does it actually mean? Some have said that the fact that we're talking about it, acknowledging it, moving towards it is a positive sign. But what is it really looking like in practice? And so that's what I wanted to look at in this presentation. As part of the COVID recovery that we are all hoping is going to be a pivotal moment for the tourism industry to build back better, what directions are we given for sustainable tourism that we as individuals, as researchers, as businesses, as governments can put in place? So I looked to the OECD. And I saw this quote and I thought, fantastic, rebuilding tourism is a priority, but the sector must become more sustainable and resilient in the future. I thought, fantastic. Let's look at what some of their key policies are. Traveller confidence, supporting businesses to adapt, promoting domestic tourism and the growth of international tourism, information to travellers, so on and so on. A point at the bottom there about building more resilient, sustainable tourism. And I thought that list of key policies doesn't necessarily align up with that, very persuasive quote or excerpt that they have there. But maybe we could be more optimistic, so I kept looking. Again, the OECD, crisis is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to move towards fairer, more sustainable and resilient models of tourism development. Fantastic, sounds great. But again, a little light on in terms of the detail. Where are those concrete actions that are really considering sustainability or sustainable development in its holistic form, not just the economic recovery? There's some great points here around digitalization, supporting low carbon transitions, structural transformation, all really positive, but trying to look for the detail as to how destinations and individuals do that is not as forthcoming. So I looked to the UNWTO and I found a great interview that Mr. Xu Jing, the Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific, did with Ecotourism Australia, an organisation based here. And I've just shared some of the quotes and excerpts from that interview. So Mr. Xu Jing said that, the governments are very concerned, as we would expect, about immediate recovery. He was quite critical about the fact that we have had this sort of high growth approach in the industry. And he went on to say that, but perhaps it's going to be different. Perhaps this is the tipping point where we start to look at things differently. And he said, tourism will be perceived differently when it comes to its definition, planning, and development, as well as promotion. Okay, that sounds great. So I kept digging where are we seeing these examples? I was wondering how we would be doing that when economies are trying to recover, when millions and millions of people have lost their jobs, lost their businesses. They are particularly those in the informal economy who don't necessarily have the protection that those in the formal sector do. So, one of a last point that Mr. Shijing said, that, you know, a result of this crisis will be that we will focus more on climate change impacts, and we'll think about how we can disperse visitors to other areas. So that was really interesting. I thought, okay, maybe the combination of the climate COP discussions that are happening at the moment, combined with the recovery, might make people think differently, and we might be actually doing some things. I looked to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, again, acknowledging here that tourism has a deep economic value chain, deep social footprint, and, you know, the middle sentence there, herein lies the opportunity to rethink, restart, and to grow back better. Great, amazing. But first we need to restart tourism. So if we are just going to restart tourism, when are we going to take the time to consider that much needed paradigm shift that we've been calling for, or that's been noted for so many years, or that we thought COVID would lead us to do so? When are we going to change that trajectory? And how can we even change that trajectory? Okay, I thought, well, I'll go and look at some more concrete action plans. And I looked to my Queensland government here in Australia, in Brisbane. And I looked at the Queensland government's interim action plan for tourism recovery. And they had a whole range of actions. And if you're interested, you can see those, the plan online. But I went through and pulled out the sustainability actions, the ones that specifically made reference to sustainability. And I won't read them all for you. You can see them there, but you can see things like identifying land adjacent to national parks for more tourism development, creating new tourism opportunities around national parks and protected areas for more tourism development. The only real substantial point that I could see in their policy was the ones that are their longer term ongoing goals. And the third from the bottom there, plan industry pathways to net zero, was probably some of the most substantial, but again, lacking some of that detail. So I thought, okay, let's dig into the UNWTO's policies. And I was very excited to see the One Planet vision for a responsible recovery of the tourism sector. And so looking through that, I thought this is probably where we're going to see some quite concrete actions for change. And as the UNWTO Secretary General had commented in the development of this report, or the release of this report, sustainability must no longer just be a niche part of tourism. It must be the new norm for every part of our sector. And that this would be underlying what is proposed in this recovery strategy. So the UNWTO acknowledged that tourism has registered continuous growth in the past decade, that there has been considerable, really unrestrained growth. And I think we can all see examples of that in our own countries, in our own communities, and around the world. And they really highlighted the importance here that, you know, such growth has really happened without much regard for things like carrying capacity of destinations, the extent to which we're consuming natural resources, or those impacts on climate change. And so they proposed these UNWTO guidelines to restart tourism along 6 lines of action. And I want to share those with you briefly and just point out a couple that probably get more to the heart of a sustainable path, or a place for sustainability in the COVID recovery. So there's some points there that they had, and again, this is available online if you would like to read in more detail, looking at public health, social inclusion, a number of measures there. Again, in looking at these, what were the ones that really spoke to sustainability? And probably the one that was most relevant relevant, sorry, was around channeling targeted support towards vulnerable groups. Okay, recognizing that sustainability is more than just economic growth, that there are environmental but also social dimensions here. And so the UNWTO noting that more should be done around inclusive recovery, not just the recovery of the big hotel chains or the big airlines or whoever it might be. So that was a positive. A whole range of actions around the responsible recovery for the planet. And you can see there, climate action, biodiversity conservation, reporting CO2 emissions from tourism operations in the sector. Really quite meaningful environmental measures that we probably haven't seen in a meaningful way in the tourism sector until now. So again, just pulling some of those out for a closer look. One of them, capturing the value of conservation through tourism. So acknowledging that while economic activity was reduced, that we actually need tourism to help with conservation. So a little bit of what we might say here in Australia is a sort of a backhanded argument. We need this economic growth to ensure that we can preserve these natural resource areas. And I know that's something that we've always advocated as a positive of tourism, but perhaps not what we would necessarily have in mind, or if more could be done. Certainly climate action. The UNWTO acknowledging here that CO2 emissions from the tourism sector are expected to increase by at least 25% over the next less than decade, by 2030. But again, where is the action? Noting that we need to transform tourism operations for climate action, but no mention of air travel. And again, I'll leave that for Professor Gosling to very adequately discuss with you in just a moment. The next set of actions, looking at responsible recovery for prosperity, talking about circular economies, transforming the value chain, sustainable food approaches, some quite interesting initiatives there that really can resonate. And again, looking at those in more detail, how we can rethink the way we produce and consume goods and services. I'm just going to skip past these because by my clock, I only have a couple of minutes left. So we've got these policies that are in place from the international level. We have policies at national levels, but again, perhaps still a little lacking in detail. So I came back to say, okay, are we really ready to make a change? We have people flying around in an aeroplane that's going nowhere. And we have, again, cruise ships launching from Venice in June of this year, with protesters, again, saying, hold on, this industry is not good for our environment. We do not want this. But yet, where's that transformation that we were expecting? Where's that paradigm change? Looking beyond tourism, do we think that the environment is going to benefit? In a story in The Economist from last year, the pandemic providing a chance to do good by the climate. The chances are, though, that it will not be taken. The National Geographic saying that we still have the same cars, the same roads, the same industries, the same houses. As soon as restrictions are released, we go right back to where we were. And they and some of the research that's been done by the National Geographic has shown that in some countries such as China, which were some of the first to shut down but the first to reopen, those pollution levels, any of those air quality improvements that we saw have already disappeared. So some concluding thoughts, and I can't wait to talk to you all in the next 15 minutes about your thoughts and where we are. So we started by saying, can we build back better? Is there a place for sustainable and responsible tourism in the COVID-19 recovery? Well, everything says that yes, there is. There should be a place there. We should be prioritising sustainability and responsibility. And we should, in theory, be building back better because we've had nearly 2 years to think about how we should do this. But are the systems in place to allow that change? do consumers want that change? They just want to get on an aeroplane and get out of as soon as possible. So some questions there. Are we really going to start addressing carrying capacity limits when the goal is to restart tourism, get it happening again? Can we actually reconcile as destinations and countries having less tourists, less people flying to us, but perhaps at a higher yield? Will supply side investments be significant enough in a period of economic recovery to put some of these measures in place for net zero objectives? And are governments really going to prioritise sustainability in pursuing their development? And as I said, are we going to change as individuals? Will we fly less? I had to ask myself this, as nice as it was to be doing the right thing, to talk to you virtually today. I would love to be there and would love to have gotten on a plane. Am I going to change my behaviour? Will the rest of our society be prepared to do the same? I hope to leave you with some thoughts. Perhaps you agree, perhaps you disagree, but at least a way of that we can start thinking about what's going on and what we're going to do as we return to tourism business as usual. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lisa Ganen. That's very interesting presentation given by her. Yeah. Hope we will have a very good discussion in this about 15 minutes. When I look at on the chat room, I see one question. Okay, this one question from Made Antara. He is the professor of at Udayana University. The COVID-19 pandemic has collapsed tourism and the world economy. Based on tourism recovery scenario that Professor Ruhanen has made, how many years will it take to recover the world tourism, or are there stages of recovery to normal? Yeah, Professor Lisa, can you read the question and can you make an answer? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for the question. Look, a lot of the forecasts are suggesting that the tourism recovery will happen very quickly in most places. The slide that I shared with you from Deloitte around the international tourism recovery for Australia shows that we will recover to 2019 levels by 2023. And that could perhaps be even sooner, depending here on the government's stance on things like vaccinations and quarantine. Our government in Australia has probably been one of the most cautious and severe in their quarantining requirements. The country has effectively been closed for nearly 2 years. I'm located in Brisbane in Queensland, and I can't travel to the state next to me, to New South Wales. So despite this, we're still expecting that recovery to happen again, that there's so much pent-up demand for travel that as soon as consumers are feeling safe enough to travel, that they'll be back out there again. So we might see over the next 12 months, 18 months, some staged recovery. I imagine that once the early travellers are back out there, the ones that are travelling for friends and relatives and weddings and all these sorts of events, that the holiday travellers will come back very quickly. Now, that's just my perspective, as I said, being located right down in this part of the world where we've eventually been locked at home for such a period of time. But I know in Europe that travel has been a much quicker recovery, that people are already out there traveling. People are traveling from the US to Europe again for long weekends and things like that. So I'm not sure that there'll be many stages. I kind of hope that we are a little bit slower in returning to recovery in terms of the environmental footprint that our activities have. But if we, it's very hard to isolate these. And I know from a social perspective, a socio-economic perspective, it's really important that we get tourists back in destinations and supporting local businesses. So this ongoing challenge and the quandary around these issues.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lisa, for your answers. Then, is there any question from? Okay, another question at the chat room from Ketut Kardana. How we are covering tourism industry? How we are recovering tourism industry because of pandemic disease? So, what strategy using for normal situation on tourism industry? Thank you. I think this question is asking because the tourism industry collapsed during this pandemic disease and how we recover industry and there is any strategy for the normal situation for tourism industry. Please.
I was going to say, please stop me if I'm not answering your question in the way that you intended it. In terms of what strategies we're normally using in the tourism industry, I think it would be fairly safe to say that the strategy is really around economic growth. We see small incidents or pockets of more broader sustainability concerns, sustainable development concerns, those environmental and socio-economic impacts. But I think my assessment is that the normal situation is economic growth. More tourists spending more money as often as possible. I think that was the situation before COVID. I think that's a situation where governments are trying to return to as quickly as possible now that COVID is coming to a point that we're able to live with it. And I think that's what we will return to as, I hate to say those words, the new normal. It probably won't change us so much. And I think that is the concern, is that we don't have the systems in place, either from a policy perspective, from consumer demand even, to make a substantial change. Why would the industry respond by when consumers are saying, hey, we still want this. We want to be in these destinations. We want to be traveling as often as possible. There's really no mechanism there for the tourism industry to make a significant change to their situation, because it's worked before, and I presume they think it'll work again after. I can see another question. Would you like me to?
Yes, okay. Although the time almost up, but I think we would like to ask you another question if you wish. There's a two question. It's very interesting presentation from Lisa. I want to know what is your opinion about what is the best policy towards economic and tourism that's bring tourists and support the local economy. Government policy must be developed and make a good strategy after COVID-19 pandemic subsidies. Okay, what is the best policy towards economic and tourism and government support?
Sure, maybe I could hopefully answer this both questions that as a final question that have come through, in that what is the best policy? High yield tourism. Why have 1,000 tourists paying $10 each when you can have 100 tourists paying $1,000 each? We know there's demand for these products. We know that there are markets out there for these products. So it's it's really not a strategy that's changed at all since tourism first came on to the global scene. It's better for us to have less tourists spending more money. One of the groups that I work with here in Brisbane, one of the Aboriginal communities, they have halved the numbers of visitors that could go to their islands and stay in their accommodation. And they just charged more. And because there was such demand, they made more money than they would normally. So in terms of that last question there, will it be more exclusive and harder to access by people with middle or lower incomes? Perhaps it will. If destinations really want to reduce or focus on their carrying capacity and reduce their numbers, it may mean that it's harder for tourism to be more inclusive, which is of course not a good thing either. But again, it's weighing up the environmental and the social impacts as to what we want to achieve. But I'll leave that there because I'm mindful of your time.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. This is my last question for me. I know you are doing research lots on climate change. So because of pandemic, what happened with the climate change? Thank you.
I think that from what I understand, that initially it was thought that there would be a positive impact on the climate, that those CO2 levels would decrease in during the pandemic. But from what I've seen with the research, the impact was quite minimal overall, and that as soon as the manufacturing returned, that those levels have gone back up. And then, of course, there was even issues around increased waste because of the pandemic, and we all have masks and so on. So I think whereas we might have been positive at the start that the pandemic would have a positive impact on the environment, I think now as we look back, it probably wasn't as positive as it should have been, given that we were all staying at home.
Okay, thank you. Only a small thing that can stop airport operation. That's a COVID-19. Okay, thank you. Give applause to Professor Lisa Rohanan for your very interesting presentation and thought and sharing to us. Okay, thank you. Now, I would like to continue to the second keynote speakers this second day of Bali International Tourism Conference. The second keynote speaker today is Professor Stephen Gosling. He is the professor at Lund University. He would like to share with us his presentation entitled Rethinking Tourism, New Post-Pandemic Destination Models. Yeah. So before that, I would like to read the biodata of, hang on, Professor biodata. I lost. Oh, sorry. This is abstract. Sorry, I have to find out. Wait a minute. Sorry, I lost my file. Okay.
If
Here it is.
easier.
Here it is. Sorry, Professor
shortly
Gosling.
introduce
Yes,
myself.
Professor Stephen Gosling. He is a professor of tourism at the School of Business and Economics, Linnaeus University, and also at the Department of Service Management at Lund University, both in Sweden. He has worked with sustainable tourism for more than a quarter of a century. And for me, I quote many of your research during giving a lecture to our students. So, yeah, we familiar with your name, and then we are lucky to meet here, Professor Stephen Gosling. So, time is yours for 30-minute presentation. Welcome, Professor Stephen Gosling.
Well, good morning.
Oh yes, sorry. Good morning. Good morning. You are in Europe. Sorry for wake you up. Okay.
Yeah, it's still pretty early down here. I think it's getting gradually lighter while I'm talking, but it's still dark out here.
What time can
Would you be so
you
kind to?
get? Excuse me.
I'm
What
sorry.
time in Sweden? What time
Oh,
now?
it's almost 7 in the morning now.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's just a bit early for myself, but I hope you're all wide awake. Can you give me the opportunity to share my presentation from this
Sure.
side, please?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
If technology guys might do that.
Ya, tolong bantu. Can you help to share the presentation of Professor Stephen Gosling? Just
I
wait a
think I
minute,
can share.
Professor.
Oh yeah, I can share it now. It should be, yes, this one. Okay. Presentation
Okay.
is coming
Yes.
up.
Yes.
You
Yes,
will
done.
be able to see it at this point.
Okay. It's good.
Well, again, good morning. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks, Lisa, for your presentation. I just heard the last couple of minutes, but I think I'll take a broader view to the pandemic. I'll also be more than specific in terms of what we might do about it and how we may proceed in the future, because the consensus probably really is we can go back to business as usual. That is what everybody says. But then on the other hand, everybody just goes back to business as usual. And we need to find new ways of doing tourism in the future. And I'll be talking a little bit about what that might imply. So starting right out, I think it's time to ask ourselves, what have we learned from the pandemic so far? And I think throughout the world, it's fair to say governments have been totally unprepared. There has been no disaster management plan that has been in place. I mean, you've seen how in the West, this crisis was seen as something coming out of Asia, and hopefully they'll deal with it, as earlier with SARS and MERS. And when it hit Europe and the US and other countries, everybody was just staring at the snake unprepared. We also have warned of this crisis. I took the liberty here of inserting a little bit of text that I published 20 years ago on how tourism is actually a vector in carrying pathogens, and how we were to expect this kind of crisis because of tourism and the different diseases tourism is carrying. And obviously that was unheard, even though we've had this before, as I said, and it should have happened, or something should have been done in anticipation of this crisis. Then I think it's fair to say a crisis still is always a crisis, you know, with a reflex to stabilize the system, get back to where we've been. We've seen this in the financial crisis with banks being too big to fail. Everybody is just concerned with this kind of return to business as usual, rather than to rethink the system and how it might be designed differently. And these are problems because, I mean, we are living in a very vulnerable world. This world is becoming increasingly vulnerable, and there will be more crises, and whoever thinks that just sitting it out will work might be mistaken. So to me, this crisis is a very, very important call for action, simply because we know this is not going to be the last crisis. What else have we learned? I think we've learned that many of the big players have stylized themselves as victims. If you looked into the rhetorics coming out of international aviation, IATA and ICAO, for example, there was not a word on their role in spreading the virus and creating this crisis. They were just presenting themselves as victims, and as victims, they were entitled to state aid, of course, and all of that, in my opinion, is a huge problem because we've willingly accepted this kind of rhetoric. And the vast amounts of state aid that have been paid to airlines will not be repaid, or if they are, then probably these corporations will be much more indebted than before, which means that their business models are really in question. I come back to that. I also want to say that very often as consumers, we are implicit in these structures of worse. that that we have seen emerging because of the crisis, such as the indebtedness levels, but also how global corporations are running the planet, right? Because if you look at what has happened at the individual level or the company level, then some of the richest people in the world have profited the most from this crisis, while many poor people have been exposed to its impacts. And when I'm referring here to shopping, obviously here in Europe, there was a big tendency to shop through Amazon, for instance. And obviously this is a corporation we don't want to see grow for reasons of global domination and what that implies for the Sustainable Development Goals. I think also that as academics, we have not often enough been critical in terms of what has happened, and we should have more often highlighted the issues, as I'm going to do today. Having said that, there is more to say that we could talk about in terms of what we have learned. I think a very important thing we have learned here, and I'm going to the pictures here in a minute, but first out, we have learned that business travel is often superfluous. We can do without business travel. The world economy has not collapsed. And if people tell you they need to go on business trips, then probably what they do is to go on trips for personal reasons, lifestyle related. I mean, 1% of global emissions from aviation is coming from 50%, or 50% of global emissions from aviation is coming from just 1% of the world population. And that is very often the business travelers. So we need to look into business travel, and we have learned during this pandemic, and that is also what many CEOs have told me, we can do with much less. We can actually do with just a fraction of business travel globally. That is a very important lesson here. As academics, we probably have learned we can do without conference travel. I mean, I've not been traveling to conferences for many, many years now, but it's quite easy to do this through online media, as we've learned, and as actually we're doing right now. And then we don't need the farther and more frequent. Lisa touched up on this. We did a study on this a few years back. This is what the pictures are referring to. The people, you know, constantly needing to discuss what they are doing. It's a very small fraction of humanity indeed, even in industrialized countries, a very small share of the population that seems to think that they constantly need to post on social media what they are doing and how they then can communicate their social status. We don't need all of that. And it's a time now to question these patterns, I think. Why is that important? Well, I think it's important because the old tourism system was vulnerable. It was built on this type of mass tourism, on this constant travel model that actually involved just a very small share of humanity. I mean, remember, it's only 2 to 4% of the world population that even fly internationally within a given year, yet that is 58% of international arrivals by aircraft. So what we really need to point out here is that a lot of people are probably not consuming tourism in ways that is responsible. And you can also see this in the ad I have added here for illustration. As a response to the crisis, Scandinavian Airlines is now offering, or was offering a little while ago, two flights for the price of one. That is a type of tourism we don't want to see, and that is not in the interest of destinations. Destinations is another key word. I've not yet come across any destination that has said we need a stop to tourist arrivals. Everybody is just seeking to enlarge the number of tourists coming to the destination. I don't think that is responsible thinking, because it creates systems that are increasingly more vulnerable, and that is going to be a problem in the future when we have other problems to deal with, such as climate change. And I'll talk about that in exactly 1 minute. Because to me, COVID-19 is an analog to climate change. Risks in tourism have grown. That is essentially what we see. And also because of climate change, we see that risks are growing. Think about all the wildfires and what they've done from Australia to Greece. We seem to ignore these outcomes of climate change, and then policymakers don't seem serious about rethinking the growth model that, as Lisa again highlighted, just 3 years ago, all we talked about was over-tourism, and now we just talk about how to get back there. Obviously, something is wrong with that. I think we have to realize that air transport suffers from overcapacities as a result of the crisis, in that, mind you, is a long-standing problem. It was there already before the crisis, because the aircraft manufacturers and airlines have been pushing capacity into the market non-stop. And that has led to very small profit margins and made the sector very vulnerable to any economic crisis. And that is what they are suffering from now. They will suffer from this again in the future, specifically if the volume of business travel, which is where they earn their money, is staying low. So we have to rethink air transport. That's very important. We have to slash capacity from the global market in order to make airlines profitable again. And that is very, very difficult because there are so many subsidies being forwarded to the air transportation system. We need to rethink the whole thing. And that is because if we don't, we'll have this climate change issue where the whole system will return to business as usual. This is industry's forecast, essentially. As you can see here, they think there have been crises in the past. This is just another one. It's been hitting the sector harder, but in a short period of time, we'll be returning to business as usual, and then everything is just normal again. But, you know, can things grow forever? Is anyone really of the opinion that all our systems can grow forever? I mean, as a geographer, I've talked to my students 25 years ago about the implications of global population growth, about the implications of global accelerating resource use. All of these issues to a geographer are very plain and clear. Nothing can grow forever unless you want to have collapse at some point, because that is what you see in the natural world. When things grow too much, they will collapse at some point, and then there will be a new equilibrium. I don't think that is in anybody's interest to see this kind of global collapse. In all the signs are there. So industry and its very simplifying projections of growth are really, really ignoring any fundamental insight that we have in the natural sciences in regard to these issues. And that will play out badly, because this is now what will probably happen in a world where we don't do anything about climate change in terms of limiting global temperature growth to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And this map is illustrative of this. It's mostly done by Daniel Scott. What we did here was to combine 27 different indicators for climate change and destination stability. And as you can see, the blue destinations are faring well. The red destinations are not faring well, and Indonesia is among them. And that is because there is a limited, first of all, a greater impact on these destinations because of climate change, but then also a more limited opportunity to respond through adaptation, also because of financial issues. And you can essentially see that in a runaway climate change scenario, much of the world will become a non-tourism world. And I don't think many people are aware of where we are heading. So I really want to make this point very clearly at this in this presentation. So James Hyam and I saw this coming even before the pandemic, and we said, look, we need different destination models for the future. We need what we called a high value, low carbon, resilient tourism model for destinations. And we then discussed that we need 3 different pillars for this kind of tourism model. One is lowering carbon, and this is now essentially established with the global community. We have the Paris Agreement that is forcing each and every country to reduce emissions to zero within 30 years. Obviously, in the COP in Glasgow, just finished 2 days ago, not everybody was subscribing to this, but I'm thinking that we are going to see more action in the near future when it becomes even more obvious what climate change will do to countries and destinations. So we need to lower carbon. That is a given. And that is something that cannot be negotiated. So every country has to reduce emissions. And there are very simple ways of doing that. I'll discuss some in a minute. Then secondly, because we can't get out of this economic growth model, we need to make sure that the economics of destinations will be maintained, which means that we need to add value in the destination model. Destinations need to get more revenue out of the system at a lower carbon input. And that is a second thing that this model anticipates. And I'll talk about some of the mechanisms to achieving that in a minute. And then last, there's reducing leakage. Leakage is all the money that is lost in the system that we never seem to talk about. We always talk about how destinations need to grow in arrivals in order to stay profitable, but we never talk about how we are losing money all the time in the destination and how that is a really big issue. Think about the platform economy and how money is drawn out of the economy all the time by global platforms and accumulated in specific countries, mostly in the US. So this needs to be questioned, and I want to talk about these issues for a moment. But first of all, I think there's a way of then also rethinking this model a little bit more in terms of what emerging and developing economies might do. And there's obviously the wider SDGs to be considered that I put here on the right-hand side. There's the very important issue of local jobs. That needs to be considered. And I think with the natural resources that many emerging economies have, if you think about the Indonesian forests, for instance, then there's also issues here of carbon storage, and on the other hand, of sustainable aviation fuel production, which is a big headache. And I'll say a few words on that in a minute. But essentially, there's a way here of these countries making money from net zero carbon approaches. And that is a very thing to bear in mind. It's not about losing things, it's about optimizing things so that you as a country have benefits out of this change. Recently, Yayan Sun and James Hyam also presented a model that is designed to address the carbon issue. So they said that a climate conscious tourism policy should first of all measure the national tourism carbon footprint and also measure the tourism carbon footprint per unit of gross domestic product. Because this helps to find ways of reducing emissions while at the same time retaining your revenue or increasing your revenue to benchmark your system with others and to upscale the decarbonization speed. And this model is very important. And I think we shouldn't just measure at the national level. We should also measure at different scales, because essentially each company measuring emissions will also profit from that, because you start to learn about where your inefficiencies are. So this is a very important first step in whatever we do. We should start to measure the tourism system's emissions. Then when it comes to aviation, we did some calculations here on how to bring the aviation system down to net zero carbon. This is what the graph is showing here. The purple area is where aviation is headed after the pandemic. If we go back to business as usual, you see also the grayish line on top. That is the scenario we would have had without COVID, but we are a little lower now, where there's a few years delay in reaching the same level of emissions that we would have without the pandemic. So this gives us an opportunity to rethink aviation. And you can see the greenish and bluish lines. They are all scenario runs that would achieve net zero carbon for aviation until 2050. But in order to make this happen, a very significant carbon tax is needed in order to curb growth, because we have too much growth in the system. You can bring a system to net zero carbon that is growing at 6% per year. So what we need to do is to reduce growth. And since most of the growth is induced, it doesn't harm tourism, It's tourism that is induced in the first place. In other words, it's enforced, it's made possible because it's cheap. Some airlines here in Europe offer flights at a price that is lower than what the airline is actually paying for the fuel to transport the person. And that is just not right. So we need governance, and we need then secondly a major investment in sustainable aviation fuels, and that will be the big headache of the next decades, getting aviation right. And each and every flight that we're doing is one flight too much and too many. Just to make that point, it would be immensely difficult to transform the aviation system. We can slim air transport, as I said, for different reasons. I'm not going into this in details, but remember the price of flying has declined by almost 60% over the past 20 years. And that is a fair and sound indicator of why we've seen such a major growth in air travel. And people are flying for the weirdest of reasons. We have the 10 euro million seat sales that we've had. We have mileage runs, people flying just to stay within a frequent flyer class. We have so many things that we can get rid of without really disrupting the tourism system. We need to start becoming more aware of what's going on and how the system has developed and how meaningless the ways have been in which the system has developed. So then to talk about the issues that are more important, we did a study recently into length of stay. How long are tourists then actually staying in a destination? And we found that there was a 14% decline in 1995 to 2015. This involves all the big tourism economies based on UNWTO data. But there has been an increase in length of stay in some countries and a decline in average length of stay in other countries. And why is length of stay important? Because the shorter that people stay, the more arrivals and the more transport you will have in order to generate the same number of guest nights. And guest nights is ultimately what we're earning money with. It's not the flight itself. The flight itself is subsidized anyway. So to give you an example for Austria here, in 1995, Austria needed 19.6 million arrivals in order to generate 100 million guest nights. In 2015, it was already 27 million. Why is that? Well, it's because if you look into the graph, you can see that Austria has lost in average length of stay by about 1.5% per year over a 20-year period. And that makes it necessary to bring ever more people into the destination in order to generate the same number of guest nights. In other countries are doing much better. Look at Martinique at the top, which makes people stay for almost 2 weeks on average. And there is a lot to be learned here in terms of destination management and how destinations fare very differently in terms of how long people are really staying within the country. And if you want to improve the tourism system, then length of stay is a key parameter to work with. The second is markets. This is the average amount of emissions created by one tourist arriving in the different countries that are depicted here. And you can see that in Spain, the average tourist will generate just roughly 300 kilos of CO2 for one arrival. But in countries like the Maldives and the Seychelles or New Zealand, this might be hitting almost 2 tons of carbon dioxide for each arrival. And that is because if you have long-haul markets, then emissions will rise very rapidly. So the most efficient way for any destination to bring down emissions is to focus on closer markets, not the markets that are long-haul. That is research we've done, well, now it's almost 80 years ago, and it tells you something about how the market mix is very influential in determining the emissions in a tourism system. Then next, we can talk about adding value. This is what this is a photograph I took myself, and I call this the lose-lose of adding value. What is this? Well, you've probably been to one of these museums or sites where you get a photograph of yourself having been at this event, and you can buy this. And often this photograph is so expensive that the majority of people doesn't choose to buy it. But then that to me is a lose-lose, because not only do a lot of people lost the opportunity to take a great memory with them, but it's also the destination or the site or the activity center offering this photograph that is just throwing them away afterwards. And I think this is one of the ways where we have to rethink tourism in terms of how we are never trying to optimize, because ultimately it is probably better to take a very low price for these photographs, but then to sell almost all of them, giving people great memories, while probably also increasing the revenue. So the pricing strategies that we have are very often not aligned with the added value that something could have. And there's many examples of this, because if you look into holiday budgets, it's quite funny to see that in most countries, and this is research out of Sweden, we could show that a very large share of the international tourists coming to Sweden have open holiday budgets. In other words, they can spend as much money as they want to. They're not limited. You just need to give them the opportunity to actually spend that money. We then in Norway looked into market segmentation and which kind of market would you really want. And it's quite funny to see that some markets are hugely profitable, but others are then probably better in terms of length of stay, in terms of the activities that are consumed, and so on. What I'm recommending here is that more destinations work with market segmentation in order to bring tourists to the country that really are profitable. We always take everyone who wants to come to a destination, but the most leading destinations in terms of designing their markets, like Switzerland or New Zealand, are now reconsidering who they actually want to have in the country. And that is a very important thing to increase the revenue and the value that is retained within the destination. What else? We looked into tipping, which is a very interesting issue. Tipping is something that most people don't talk about, but we found huge differences in different countries in terms of how much nationals tip. And you can see that this is from 2% in Spain to more than 8% in Sweden of the bill that is paid, and 8% in a restaurant, because this refers to restaurants. 8% tipping in restaurant is probably more than the restaurant is earning on the food that is sold. So there's very important lessons here in terms of how you can use international markets more strategically in order to create added value. Think about innovation. I was surprised to see the huge rise in vegan food in Europe, and how this has entered now the Michelin guides, the food guides that recommend food. And vegan restaurants are now everywhere in Europe, and there's a huge interest. It's not that people are forced to not eat meat, which is a climate change concern, but they are offered new foods that are simply perceived as better foods, and then people will voluntarily switch to different foodstuffs. And it's quite interesting to see this kind of innovation even in Indonesia. I had a student from Indonesia 3 years ago, Andita, and he wrote about celebrity cakes, and I was quite intrigued by this kind of concept. But this is unique to Indonesia, I think, the kind of innovation that comes out of a food item here that attracts vast numbers of people to go to specific places. So this is a great example of innovation coming out of Indonesia. Then I talked a little bit, and I'm always closing here, but we need to talk about reducing leakage. This is what I talked about or mentioned earlier. The map you're seeing here is Booking.com and also Airbnb. the orange dots is actually Airbnb accommodation, and what you can see is that we've had a major market disruption over the last 10 years because of Airbnb entering the accommodation market. Obviously, when so much more capacity is thrown into the accommodation market, what happens is that you have overcapacity, which then means that prices are coming down, which then means that people are calling for more air transport to bring in more people. The whole system is collapsing. It's a race to the bottom. Things become ever more cheaper. It's not the way you want to see tourism systems develop. And if most of that value that is in the system is then also retained by the big players like Booking.com. This is Booking.com, for instance, in Indonesia, in Bali. Then a lot of the value of accommodation is taken out of the system. Norway recently calculated that 360 million euro are flowing out of the national economy towards Booking.com. And that is a lot of money. And then, if you look at this screenshot that I introduced here, you see the thumb up sign, which is something that businesses buy in order to be high in the list that is offered by Booking.com. And that creates even more competition. It means even more money is flowing out of the economy. And I'm now saying we don't need Booking, we need national platforms, because if you want to go to Bali, you want to go to Bali and you will find a way to do that. You'll not have to go through Booking.com. We need to question these global players and what they do to our national economies. This is equally true for franchises. We are too easily buying into the global big franchises, which essentially just mean loss to national economies. And also the issue of payment systems is coming up. I'm usually asking my students, when it comes to Bitcoins, for example, because they are all big fans of cryptocurrencies. And I'm saying, why would you want a currency that's outside the control of government? I mean, where this can lead is clearly only into illegal business, right? So there's more issues here to be considered in terms of control, but also in terms of where the money is flowing. And with that, I'm at the end here. There's roadblocks. There will be much resistance to new destination models, I'm sure. Unfortunately, policymakers are not supporting these transitions to the degree they should. We need to think about things differently. We need to address things. We can't push them away anymore. And as academics, I think we need to really be supportive of the change and to find ways in order to make this easier for businesses to support them in this transition. And I'm also wanting to add a word of caution on the role of the supranational organizations such as UNWTO and ICAO, which at this point I perceive as really problematic. Because they are business pro-growth organizations and they have nothing to do with the sustainable development goals that are relevant for all of society. And we need to critically ask questions about their roles. So that's everything from my side. That's some of the insights I've accumulated over the past couple of months and years. And I hope this was of interest, and perhaps there are some more questions that we could discuss at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Stefan Gosling. That's a very interesting presentation. We do hope that there will be more discussed during this Q&A session. Now we have already three questions in the chat room. The first is from Mr. Suyasa Aryantha, asking about, we believe that the pandemic generated by COVID-19 will change the tourism industry and the environment in which it operates. How this global crisis may be a source of opportunity to identify new possibility in tourism industry, and how to resolve the problematic situation for accepting changes in tourism business. Okay, time is yours, Professor.
Well, thank you. Big question. Essentially, my thinking is that everybody seems to wait for somebody else to do something, right? And that is the wrong starting point. You need to be aware each and every actor can make a difference. And we all need to think about how we can make a difference. I talked about carbon. Every business can start measuring emissions, for instance. I talked about business models. You all can reconsider whether you have different options for making offers and propositions, for instance, in terms of making people stay longer. There's so many ways in improving that I think it's just about us being too lazy. Global tourism has been grown since the 1960s, and we've all been becoming used to seeing this growth unfold all the time, that we have lost our ability to think innovatively. And the crisis will always force people to think in new ways. And so just take this as an opportunity to really reflect on how you could do things differently against the background of what I've said in this presentation.
Okay, thank you. So another question from Professor Antara. Tourism is very vulnerable to external factors. Is there a link between the pandemic COVID-19 outbreaks and the increase in carbon emission in the world atmosphere? Moreover, in Glasgow, it has been agreed by world leaders to reduce carbon emission by 70% by 2100. Yes, please, Professor, respond.
Yes, obviously the link is there. To me, COVID is the small sister of climate change. There will be no vaccine for climate change, remember? It will just get worse, and it will be much more disruptive. So if you don't want that, we'll have to reduce emissions by much more than 70% by 2100. The IPCC wants emissions to come down to zero by mid-century. And that is actually also what was in the Paris Agreement. So it's not good enough. We'll have to do more. And the only thing I can promise you is that if we don't, fingers will be pointed at some point by your children and the next generation for us not having done enough. Because that realize will come sooner or later, that perhaps we could have done without the big SUVs, perhaps we could have done with less travel. What we couldn't have done without is mitigation. It's clear as a day to a climate scientist that we need to do more. So consider net zero and nothing else.
Okay, thank you. So there's another question again from Maya from University of Sahid Jakarta, asking about shifting in travel patterns. How about the long haul versus short haul preferable? Also about direct flight instead of flight with transit. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question. We are just now modeling what is still possible. Essentially, the message is this. If you want to get tourism emissions down to net zero by 2050, long haul will have to disappear. The amount of energy needed to produce synthetic fuels, for instance, is just staggering. You need an energy input of 50 kilowatt hours to create 1 liter of fuel. And that simply means that the amount of energy that is needed to produce sustainable fuels is huge. And this still doesn't reduce the non-CO2 effect that flying has. So unfortunately, the bad news is we need to come down from flying patterns massively. There's no other way. Whether you fly direct or not is a minor issue in this context. Flying is just too energy intense. I mean, I recently tried to figure out how to make people understand how energy intense it is. But if you go to the bathroom, if you open the tap and the water is running, that is how much fuel is needed to transport you when you're sitting on a flight. And after 1 hour, that accumulates to 30 liters of fuel, 3 big buckets next to you. And if you fly 10 hours, you have 30 buckets. And if you fly first class, you have 150 buckets standing around you. And that is the level of energy intensity connected to flying. And there's no way of getting around this. Flying is our Achilles heel, right? It's a huge problem. And tourism needs to rethink early how to do with less flying. That will be the key issue for all of us.
Okay, it's good. Thank you. Uh, there are two questions. Another question is about your model of shape to create high value, low carbon, and resilience tourism. So, is there any weaknesses or weaknesses of your model, and what will be the biggest resistance if we are implementing the model in the future?
Well, I don't see any obvious weaknesses other than the fact that it obviously will imply major change. As humans, we don't like change. We want things to be stable, to move on in the same trajectory as early on. But it's not going to happen, you know. We need to be prepared for change, and that is the real challenge here. Other than that, obviously, this can be implemented at all scales. I'm obviously hoping for governments to go for change, to create the policies that will shape the systems in different ways. But every actor can support this through their personal small means. As academics, we can do research in this direction. As businesses, we can adjust our operations and so on. So there's nothing really in the way of this other than some actors going to lose. And aviation is one such actor. Aviation is very redneck when it comes to rethinking its model of volume growth, even though, in my opinion, they would profit from a system that is massively scaled down and where people pay a lot more in order to fly, because then profitabilities will come up. But that is nothing you can unfortunately discuss with the airline sector. So I think that is where most of the resistance will come from.
Okay, thank you. So I think one thing that the destination can do easier on this model is how to reduce the leakage. I think that's a part of the destination operation. Now, there's a general question. I think Professor Lisa and Professor Gosling can answer this question. Is sustainable tourism is an achievable state, or are we always going to be towards sustainable tourism? Okay, who would like to answer? Professor Gosling or maybe Professor Lisa Ruhanan would like to share your opinion?
If Lisa is still there, I'll be happy to give her the floor.
Thanks, Stefan. Nice to see you. I think the theme of my presentation and then what Professor Gosling has been talking about is that if we keep doing things the way that we are, yes, it will continue just to be something that we move towards. I don't see concrete actions in terms of sustainable tourism that can be put in place. The scenarios that Professor Gosling has been talking about and what we need to do, I believe, are the only way that we will make any real achievement of these and not keep talking about, progress towards sustainable tourism. I think we've had plenty of time to make progress, which is why we're now in a situation, as we've just been hearing, where we really don't have any choice anymore. It must be done.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Lisa. Maybe Prof. Stephen Gosling would like to edit some word, maybe?
Yeah, well, obviously there is no end state for humanity, so we're always approaching something. But I think there's agreement that in regard to some things we can define what the end state might be. And for instance, in terms of climate change, the end state is net zero emissions. So that is what we need to move towards.
Okay, thank you very much. That's we have already reached our end of the session for two keynote speaker this day at the second day of Bali International Tourism Conference. So give applause to Professor Lisa Ruhanen and Professor Stephen Gosling for their nice and interesting presentation. Oh, I saw someone clapping their hand. Thank you very much, Professor Lisa Ruhanen and Professor Stephen Gosling. And maybe you can come back to your bed, Professor Gosling. I'm sorry to make you wake up. Okay, we are on behalf of organizing committee Bali International Tourism Conference 2021. Say thank you for your contribution to our conference. So I would like to continue with the next session. Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Dr. Agung Suryawan Wiranata. That was such an inspiring session, and tourism stakeholders adapt immediately and try to mitigate the impact of the pandemic by diversifying and also shifting more to sustainable tourism models. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, let's just continue to the next session. There is the invited speakers session number 4, which will be led by our moderator, Dr. Yoga Iswara. Moderator, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dian, our master ceremony. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all participants. Welcome to the session number 3 of the 5th Bali International Tourism Conference 2021. So on this session, we have another 3 invited speakers, which are, the first one is from Professor Sylvain Pickel, is from the Orsay University of France. And then the second one, which is Mr. Nigel Mason, is the Managing Director, Mason Adventure Bali. And then the third one, which is Professor Ngurah Mahardika. He's the professor at Udayana University, Bali. Invited speaker will be giving 30 minutes each to present their topic. And after all the presentation completed by the 3 invited speakers, then we will continue with the question and answer for about 30 minutes. And participants may write down the question at the chat box accordingly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with the first speaker, Professor Sylvain Pickel from Orsay University of France. And the topic is the tourism in Indonesia through the prism of intercultural research. So Professor Sylvain is an associate professor and director of research in geography at the Faculty of Tourism, Culture and Hospitality at the University of Orsay. And she specialized in studies relating to tourism, questioning its potential as an agent of sustainable development, especially in France and in Indonesia. She also published around 20 publications about tourism in Indonesia. So please welcome Professor Sylvain. Is it good morning there, Professor?
Morning. Yeah, can you hear me?
My name is Yoga.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly.
Okay, great. So thank you to have invited me, especially Udayana University and Professor Dharma Putra who invited me. I'm very happy to be here today. And what about my PowerPoint? Do you have? Oh, that's me who put it. Okay. I share my PowerPoint.
Yes.
Okay. Can you see it?
It's starting now. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, you can see this. Maybe it will be better. Let me see. No, sorry. Okay, like this. It's better. Yeah.
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Okay. So I will not speak exactly about COVID, but let's say that it's the consequences of the COVID, the fact that I couldn't travel anymore to visit Indonesia. So it's a time also of for reflection, and especially about epistemology and conceptual approach. And that's here the point of that's my last publication about tourism in Indonesia through the prism of intercultural research, because I put this in value, the importance of intercultural research, which is something I think a little bit new in the concept of searching. So what do we observe? Since the end of the 20th century, we observe a double phenomena about tourism, which is the surge of domestic tourism in lots of countries outside Western civilization, and also the development of tourism research in this country. And this globalization of tourism, according to me, call for reflection on new scientific approach. So we argue that intercultural research is conceived not as a discipline, but as an epistemological approach that resides both in object and method. And that's what we will see now. And I think it's essential nowadays for understanding the complexity of the world. So we take our work in Indonesia as an example to intend to demonstrate the ability of intercultural research to enrich tourism research in general. So why tourism in Indonesia, according to me, is a great example, is because it is also the development of tourism in Indonesia is a result of a complex process through appropriation, resistance, and innovation in a culture which is very characterized by interculturation, according to me. So those phenomena testify to the creative capacity of individuals and groups who are born through inbreeding to incorporate exogenous influence in their pluricultural baggage. And this is a process of interculturation, and we'll come back on this after. So what I will present today is the concept of what is intercultural research, and especially the concept of interculturation. And we will after justify how field of research in Indonesia, and more especially in Bali and Java, and after we hope in Sumatra, which we start, as we can see in the photo. And then we will focus on the specific methodology of intercultural research for studying tourism in Indonesia, where we'll explain the concept and the methods and the epistemological approach that help also the deconstruction of the concept. So first, when we speak about intercultural research, what are we speaking about? Well, first, we have to come back on the origin. And the origin of intercultural research can be fixed between the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, when anthropologists start to claim that there is not one culture, one civilization, and one way of progress. And so people like the anthropologists or sociologists, Taylor, Boas, Durkheim, and Mose, Pakenburgess, Meads, who works in Indonesia and Bali especially, or Benedict, they start to study the complexity of society. And then it brings in 1936 the anthropologists Whitfield, Linton, and Herskovits to define the concept of acculturation. And acculturation is a phenomenon which results when groups of individuals having different culture come into continuous first-hand contact with subsequent change in the original cultural pattern of either or both groups, in the memorandum for the study of acculturation in 1936. But actually, even if the concept of acculturation claims that different culture can mix to create something new, very soon, because of the context of the 1940 after, acculturation has been reduced actually to a process of westernization, like a dominated culture will influence the dominated culture. And so it has been a reduction and not able to see the complexity of culture and their evolution. So the limit of a concept are enhanced in the 1990s, actually, in cross-cultural philosophy, psychology. Cross-cultural psychology is defined as a study of similarity and difference in individual psychological functioning in various cultural and ethno-cultural groups, of a relationship between psychological variable and socio-cultural, ecological, or biological variable, and of ongoing change in those variables. So it is less big than intercultural research because it's more focused on psychology, and it's a lot about comparison actually. But they put in value the fact that most of the publication about the so-called acculturation were in fact focused on westernization of culture in the world. So actually, intercultural research, as I say, is different. It's increased more in the 20th, 21st centuries, and it's not a disciplinary, but it's an epistemological approach, which is based both on the object, but also on the method, the way, a new way to make research. And this field of research is based on three main fields, who are the cultural diversity, but also the cultural change created by contact between societies and the interaction between processes between individual people and groups from different culture. And this is very complex to study because there are a lot of variables. So the invention of intercultural concept has for main objective to replace culture in equal position. So the concept of interculturation appeared in 1982 by Major, but it is really clearly defined in 1990 by Claude Clanet and Patrick Denou. Actually, they are French. And it is defined as the set of process, psychological, relation, groups, and institutional, are generated by the interaction of group identified as possessing different culture or claiming to belong to different culture communities in the relationship of reciprocal exchange, and I think it's important, and in a perspective of safeguarding relative cultural diversity of a partner in relation. So what it means? It means that the meeting of culture doesn't lead necessarily to juxtapositions of culture or losing something in a culture under the influence of another culture. It's more complex because we have a triple movement of assimilation when you have two culture who meet, but also the desire to stay different, so differentiation, and also innovation, because the idea is when two cultures meet, actually, it will create a third culture, like something eternal culture by syncretism. And I show some example like the Ketchup dance, which is interesting because it shows the Ketchup dance in the photo, a phenomena of interculturation, the fact that it has been created by a Western guy for movies, but actually it has been reincorporated into the culture of the Balinese culture. And also, I also show a photo of Penglipuran. I think it is interesting also because it is considered like the most beautiful village in Bali, but in fact we know that it has been reshaped for political reason to welcome the president. So it is also like a window of what must be the perfect village according to external gaze. So it is also an example of interculturation according to me. So the study field of tourism in Indonesia. So me, well, you know that when you are a researcher, you cannot be completely objective, but I come to question, to think about intercultural research because of my study in Indonesia, because of the richness of the diversity of culture and the complexity that puzzle us, and that require that you are asking your scientific methods. And that's why, according to me, tourism in Indonesia is a very interesting example of interculturation. First, because it's a nation of rich interculturation with a plurality of religions, of ethnies, of culture, of language, and also a capacity of Indonesian to incorporate through the different colonization or exchange, exchange for trade, for example, part of different culture to enrich their own culture. And if we take more especially the example of tourism, tourism is a European invention that was transferred in Indonesia in the 19th century by a settler. But as soon as the 19th century, we observe that it combined with ancient royal leisure palace, such as the Water Palace. I showed the photo of the one in Yogyakarta, who show also this interculturation with architecture of Portuguese. So I think Indonesia is a good field of research to study interculturation, and tourism is also a very relevant example of a capacity to mix different culture to create something original. Also, we know that the tourism in Indonesia have been influenced by different central powers since the beginning. At the beginning, it's the Dutch in the 19th century for political and economical reasons. But then, since 1945, with a different president, also by the Indonesian governments for economical reason, political reason, but also social cultural reasons, such as the construction of a nation. So in the 20th century, tourism in Indonesia has become a social phenomenon, 20th and 21st. So domestic tourism represent, of course, I take the data of 2019, because 2020 and 2021 will be subject by their home, and I hope to come back soon to Indonesia to focus on this subject about the resilience. So 260 millions of traveling for domestic tourism. International tourism was still increasing at that time, 16 millions in 2019. And also, and I think this is very important to highlight, higher education of school, college, faculty, and tourism spread all around Indonesia with a lot of international partnership. And this show also, as this symposium demonstrates, also the development of education and research, which means that local academics wants to study the phenomena. So we focus for now more especially in Bali and Java because of the unbalanced development of tourism in Indonesia, as shown this map about the frequentation in 2019, which is more especially about international tourism, but with a correlation about domestic tourism. But we start to study other places, and notably Sumatra. So we focus on two main fields of research. The development of domestic tourism through interculturation, which means invention of new practices relationship to spaces and body between imitation, distinction, innovation. And I saw an image of Bali, of a practice of leisure in Bali, and also the interaction between international tourists and local population, between assimilation, resistance, and innovation. And that's why I show a photo when you can see a big process of religious processes in a ceremony, a big religious ceremony in Bali, and the tourists who come to see and to see the interaction between both. So what about how methodology of intercultural research for tourism in Indonesia? First, because that was the point, is to make a reflection about the specific methodology about international research, actually. So first, how methodological method is based on constructivism and structuralism approach, because intercultural research implies the decentralization of a researcher and the recognition of a no-objective gaze. Actually, no one can be objective because we grown inside a cultural baggage. So that is very interesting and very important when you study, according to me, another culture, to have the consciousness of this and to have a capacity to put in question your own cultural baggage through cooperation. We will see this in cooperation after. So what is the constructivist structuralist position defined by Pierre Bourdieu? It is the meeting of a double objective and structure dimensions, which means that you have to study the independent structure that influence people without them to have conscience of this, and also the built relation to the perception and conception. But also, Michel also insists on the built relation, as I said before, of a researcher to his or her object of research, because nobody can be, we try to have objectivation, but objectivity doesn't exist by itself. So it is also based, and I think it's important, on international consortium. So we have a request of decentralization imply the need to compare intersubjective approach. So it is based on the international consortium, and we have created in 2014 Association for Tourism Research and Education on Indonesia. And it also integrated the diversity of disciplinary area. We have different disciplinary like geography, but also sociology, anthropology, economy. So it favors a combination of sharing culture, because what do we have, even if we are academics from different countries, what do we have? We have the fact that we are academic, looking for objectivation, to have some distanciation with our subject of research, and also our cultural diversity. What is important to enhance is the fact that we need a language of intermediation. Actually, we have a diversity of language in Europe and also in Indonesia. So we need to have a common language. And for this, we need to mastering English, because English is definitely the language of international language that help us to communicate. And we have, when I study in Indonesia, I have to speak English because there is Bahasa Indonesia, but also a different language in different island or society. And sometimes when we don't have, when the local population don't speak English, when we have to have also intermediation with people who can be the translator. And it's also favor access to a rich bibliography, of course, to have different language. So the adaptation of method. So we have a method which is both nomothetic and a geographic approach. What it means is that we both look for the spatial case, and also we are looking for general rules. For this, it means that we base our work on study case. We come by the conceptual approach, then we will compare the conceptual approach to study case, and then this study case will give us the possibility to confirm or to infirm the conceptual approach, or to enrich it. So for this, we propose a combination of methods based on international state of art, but also collaborative construction of quantitative survey to analyze the tendency, and collaborative construction of qualitative survey, interpretative interview and observation, participant or not participant, depending on the subject. We think it's very important to have this different kind of methods, because they give us different kind of information. The quantitative survey analyze the tendency, and it's important to know when you will go to visit people, if globally the interview, because the interview, according to my kind of works, is key, of course, to understand, to deeply understanding the phenomena, the point of view of people, the perception, and so on. But the quantitative survey help us to know if the people that we will interview are representative or divergent from the general approach, like the kind of practice, for example, like for the Indonesian nowadays to go to the beach for different kind of practice of the seaside. What is very important, and I put this in value when I communicate in France especially, it's the adaptation to the specificity of the study field. And this means knowing and respecting local culture. It is possible to make interview with all the strata of people in a village, but for this you need to know before the social structuration of a village, and to respect this, to respect from whom you will start to will be interested, and who you will interview first to respect for local organization leadership of a village. So it is also very important, according to what I have seen when I study in Indonesia, to be introduced by a local colleague or by someone who knows an Indonesian, a Balinese, who know already the chief of a village, over people who are interviewed, because it creates a climate of trusting, reciprocal trusting. I think this is very important because I see with some of my students who try to make research in Indonesia, but if they don't have someone to introduce them, people will be very nice, very kind and smile to them, but they will not trust them, and it's quite normal. So they will have very difficulty to have really answer to the interview, real answer, because they have not been introduced by someone who will make the mediation. And also the necessity to respect the local use and custom. We have to understand that when we are foreigner and we come to make interview research in a village, we are seen like a guest. We are treated like a guest, and so we have to respect the host and respect the. I put some photo about the delicatessen that when we are received, we have to respect the way that they receive us, the different introduction, if we have to eat or have coffee or whatever, to create a climate of understanding, trusting, in reciprocity. So again, intermediation is key, according to me. And also what is very interesting is that all of this approach, and especially the intercultural consortium, the international consortium, favor the questioning and deconstruction of a so-called universal concept and field. And so we'll present some example about the concept of nature, but also about sustainable development. We speak about this just before, but about also the social diffusion of tourism and gender. About nature, well, we make studies comparing the conception of nature in France and Western civilization, and in Bali more especially, because it's really an holistic perception of nature, which is very, very different from the Western concept. Because in Western civilization, nature is defined through an ambiguous relationship of externality since medieval ages. Even if scientific evolution show that humankind is part of nature, it stays in the logical of people that nature is where humanity is not. And so it is interesting because it's what I explain also to my students. When you want to go in another country to study, for example, relationship of people with nature in the context of sustainable development, first we have to understand what is nature for the local population. And actually is because of a work about sustainable development in Bali that I have to first to start to understand the complexity of a relation to nature through an holistic paradigm decline. So as you know, in 3 levels with the Agama, Undu, Dharma that divide the universe into the physical world and metaphysical world, but also the Dwi Bunama that combine the macrosome and the macrosome, and the 3 mandala that combine the place for the sacred place, the place for humanity to live every day, and the Nista mandala, which combine agriculture, forest, and etc. So what I mean is that it was very, very important for me, even if I read, of course, books, it was also very important to have contacts, interaction with Balinese researchers to favor a better understanding in the complexity of each cultural relationship to nature. And I show you an example of publication about this subject. About sustainable development, we just talked about sustainable development before, about sustainable tourism. According to me, sustainable development, so created in 1987, is a paradigm, which is a project of development. It was interesting because it was the last question, actually. But according to me, we cannot have a perfect kind of tourism because any human activity have impact. So it's more a project of development. But the big change of paradigm is that before 1987, development was based essentially on economic issue. But starting in 1987, and it's up here because, of course, between the moments the concept is created and the moments it start to be applied, it takes time, 1992, but it's more especially in the 21st century. And the change of paradigm is to base development not only on economic, but also on social, cultural, and environmental issues. But the concept is based for a lot on a Western culture, but as defined naturally by, as I said, externality, and also it is based on a discourse of humanity, which is based on equality and individualism, because it is the European culture, and actually the sustainable paradigm of sustainable development was created in Europe in 1987. So it is, you know, when you are studying, for example, research about sustainable development, you will see that in Western, in Europe especially, most of them are based on nature and environment. And when we work in Indonesia, in Bali especially, but not only, also Java, I would observe that lots of the article about sustainable development is more focused on community-based tourism, on the social aspect. And this is very interesting because it shows different kind of culture. While in Europe, it's more individualism, and for sustainable development, it's environment and future of our children. Where when we study in Indonesia, we see that sustainable development is a lot based on the community, on social aspect, and then secondary on environment. And this is interesting because it's more a communitary society, and in Europe is more individualist society. And what is very interesting is to see that if we want to study the sustainable development in Indonesia, we can observe how the local population absorb the international, well, so-called international, which is in fact more Western concept, to their own singularity of society. And so we studied two examples, which I think very interesting. The Tri Itakarana label in Bali, which is a syncretism between the standard, international standard expectation, and at the same time, the specificity of the local population, which carry a lot of attentions to religions and community. And I think it's very interesting, and it shows the capacity of innovation from a mix of culture. And, you know, just for the anecdote, the first time that I have been to Bali, we were receiving a huge hotel, but we have an owner with Balinese, and they explained to, and the guy make a conference to receive us, and we thought that we would have conferences about marketing. We have usually in hospitality in France, and actually I was very surprised because he make a conference about the Tri Takarana to explain us that his hotel respects religions and community. And I was very puzzled. Because I didn't know if it was true or if it was marketing, because I didn't know. It was one of my first surprise about the richness of a culture in Bali. And also we studied with Desa Wisata Labali in Indonesia, and questioning if it is a way of sustainable development. And we started by studying fields in Bali, but it's an Indonesian concept. And it's also interesting because, again, it shows the capacity to create a specific Indonesian label inspiring from sustainable development, but which is a lot far more based on community-based tourism. That's what we can find in France, for example. And it's time we publish with I publish with colleague, especially Ben Desa and Dharma Putra, and I edited Tourism in Bali, the Challenge of Sustainable Development. But it was a book with a collaboration of a colleague from Bali, colleague from Java, colleague from France, and from Australia. The social diffusion of tourism practice is also a concept, really, for me, an example of interculturalization, because, for example, the relationship to seaside is very interesting, because we see that we have a development of seaside practice, but it is not a copy of exactly what it is in France, for example, or in Europe, because the relation to the sea is different, is tainted with culture and religions, with ancient fear about the religion, about the gods and the different kind of force. And also the relation to the body is different. And so we see different kind of leisure, and also how this new practice change also the relation a little bit between men and girls, and also a relation to body, where people don't want to be naked, they don't want to be white, And also, they don't want to be tainted because they prefer to be clear as a social representation. So it demonstrates the processes, the complexity of the process, how people appropriate a practice to come from Europe, but it is reinvented through their own cultural baggage. Well, we work also about gender, and this is very interesting. We question the notion of empowerment, what does it mean, and also gender, and this works about a question about the capacity of tourism to favor women's empowerment, favor the deconstruction of universal notion of masculinity and femininity. So we work about this through postdoctoral studies in partnership between the University of Angers, Udayana University, and Bali State Polytechnic, who will finish very soon. And we intend to continue this study through other culture, and especially Minangkabau in West Sumatra, which is the biggest matrilineal Muslim society, with a doctorate, because of course this work is based also in collaboration between researchers from different universities in Indonesia, but also through PhD students. So I have several PhD students. We have also students in master, but research is more about the PhD students. And last thing, but not the least, the fact that it is very important to have an intercultural promotion of research through international symposium, but also through a triangular publication. It means that we publish in the language of a different colleague, so in Indonesian, in French, but also, of course, in English, and in English-speaking international review for international audience. But to publish also in our home language is very important to reach a lot of people. In France, a lot of people still don't speak English, like in Indonesia, where I think lots of people speak English, but maybe they don't read as well English than the different language in Indonesia. So in conclusion, the globalization of tourism called for reflection of new scientific approach. And as I say, we are that intercultural research conceived as an epistemological approach that resides on both object and methods is essential to understanding the world, and has the capacity to replace equality between culture, the fact that it is not written who come to understand or to explain, but we will learn with local also researcher, the complexity, the diversity of culture. So taking our work in Indonesia as example, we intend to demonstrate ability of intercultural research to enrich tourism studies. And the development, because the development of tourism in Indonesia is the result of a complex process that first I would have seen appropriation, resistance, and innovation by interculturation. How methodology include on, and it is very essential, the creation of an international university consortia which embark on a structuralist conservative venture to promote the decentric of researcher. This is very important to understand. And this approach, according to us, favor the development of skill, which will consider diversity of culture and also sharing culture, because as I said, even if we come from different countries, the fact to be academic is also a common culture. And intermediation, which is very, very important to interrogate the concept through the deconstruction. Furthermore, our work seeks to demonstrate that while the study of tourism can be nourished by intercultural epistemological approach, we think also in turn that tourism can enrich the concept of interculturation by demonstrating an example of which interculturation. So thank you very much for your attention, and this is the Bible Perfect.
Thank you very much for the great presentation, Professor Sylvain. I believe that when we learn a lot of something different from different point of view, yeah, and then we love to see your publication, especially the one that Bali and France, yeah. We will continue with the second.
I'm sorry, this publication will be in French, but we will write after in English, and we have over in English that I can send you if you want.
Okay, thanks. We will continue with the second speaker, and then after that, we will start the question and answer session. So, participant, if you have any question, for Professor Sylvain, you might write it down in the chat box so you don't forget about the question that you have for Professor Sylvain. And then the next, we will go to the second invited speaker. The topic is tourism, entrepreneurship and development in Bali. Will be presented by Mr. Nigel Mason. He's the Managing Director of Mason Adventure Bali. Mr. Nigel Mason has established numerous business enterprises in Bali, such as Yanis Restaurant in Legian, Kuta, and then whitewater rafting operation in 1989, and also added other adventure activities as he went along, including his own transport company. And the 11 Safari Park and Lodge are the more recent addition to his stable and companies, both being first for Bali. He also started the helicopter tour in 2000 and restart again in 2011. Over 10 years, the Mason planted also over 100,000 mangrove trees behind the Pasangran head office and re-established in the area to its former state and ecosystem. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Nigel Mason. Mr. Mason, are you there already?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Selamat sore, Bapak. How are you, Pak?
Very good, thank you. Om Swastiastu.
Om Swastiastu. Yeah. Please, Pak,
It's been
time
very
and place is
interesting.
yours.
Yes. Well, it's been very interesting to follow the conference and all the people who've spoken in it. And I'm probably going to be the one that's going to be a little bit more the devil's advocate because I'm a businessman here. I'll give you the viewers a little background. I arrived here 40 years ago in 1980. I married my wife 27 years ago, who is Balinese from Legian, and I have 2 sons. We started our first business back in 1985, which was, as you said before, Yanis Restaurant. However, in 1999, we closed that business after 15 years of hard work in the restaurant business. As you probably know, it's a very hard business to be in. So we decided that it was time to concentrate our efforts on our other businesses, which were in the country, in the Ubud area. Now, our first business up there, as you also said, was the whitewater rafting, which we planned in 1989, actually opened in 1990, and opened a rafting company that set the course for the start of the adventure tourism in that area. You must remember before, Ubud was very well known, but it was mostly well known for culture, dance, arts, etc. It was not known as an adventure place other than a few people perhaps going up there and doing a few bird walks and things. But what we did is we started the first rafting company on an international flavor by putting in a very large infrastructure, which made it very easy for anybody to get to the river, which had never been done before, not in Bali, and certainly not in other parts of the world either, which we'd investigated. In New Zealand, America, and places like this, it was a matter of people carrying their own rafts and equipment to the river and then carrying their stuff out. What we did was we made it a bit more armchair rafting so that people actually arrived at the river fully equipped with the raft waiting for them there with the guides in tow. So very, very different sort of rafting activity to other places in the world. From then on, we went to do a number of other different things in adventure tourism, for instance, cycling and trekking and anything that was really to do with adventure activities. All our activities were in the country because we wanted to be with the people in the country, away from the madding crowd of Kuta, which we'd spent 15 to 20 years in, and you know, be back where nature was, and a place that I love to be. Being a landscape gardener, I've always loved you know, being amongst nature and doing things. As you mentioned before, I planted 100,000 mangrove trees behind my office many years ago, not on my own land, on government land, which had been destroyed by the prawn farmers. And I decided it was time to put it back to what it was before, and make it, you know, a beautiful, pristine area where we put in animals such as birds and snakes and all sorts of things to bring the mangrove back to what it had been before, which we successfully did. Unfortunately, that was destroyed some many years later when the government decided to put in a sewage plant there, which meant that all the trees were bulldozed down. So it was almost a waste of time, but it was a great project and I thoroughly enjoyed doing it. Now, I've made my topic today a little bit about entrepreneurism, because I look at myself as not so much a businessman, but an entrepreneur. I've never really set out to make a fortune. I really set out just to do what I wanted to do, the things that I enjoyed doing, and that just happened to be things that I did make money from. And unfortunately, I'm the same as most other people on this island, have been sadly affected by COVID, which has now literally bankrupted our business for the time being. We're hoping for tourism to return shortly and start to see some normality again, particularly because we had to put off many of our 700 staff. And this was quite a heartbreaking decision to do, which we did once we were about 6 months into COVID and we realised that Bali wasn't going to open up very soon. Now, what that means to the people is that they're the big sufferer of this. I mean, we talk a lot about, how it affects tourism worldwide. And I've heard people talking about, the environment and carbon things, and aeroplanes shouldn't be flying. And it's a great thing that they haven't through this period. But as it worked out, it didn't make much difference anyway. But we've got to remember that Bali is an island that relies on aeroplanes. We can't just suddenly say, oh, well, let's stop flying airplanes, because if that happened, Bali would go bankrupt. We'd never see any visitors other than maybe a few cruise boats here and there. So it's very, very important for us to keep a perspective on what is going to be good for Bali and what isn't. And it's very nice to hear a lot of talking about, things that we can do to increase income, but we can't increase income until we've got people. In my opinion, the most positive thing we can do now is to look to how we can open Bali as quickly as possible and remove any obstacles that are in the way. For instance, we need to have flights coming back here again. We need to come to Bali, not to Jakarta, as is being done at the moment to a large degree. They need to fly directly into Bali. They don't need to be held up for days and days in quarantine. It's now down to 3 days, but I believe there is some talk about it being only 1 day, which would be a lot more easy to handle. Because the average tourist is going to think, I've got a 5-day holiday, maybe 6 or 7 days. The last thing I want to do is spend 3 days locked in a hotel without being able to go anywhere, considering that they have to pay for that, and that's part of their holiday time span taken away from them. So it's important that we make it very, very easy. The other thing, of course, has been discussed in the tourism area, and I've spoken to many hotels about this, is that we need the visa on arrival system implemented immediately, because if we don't have that, people are not going to go to their embassies unless they're really desperate to get here, and the sponsor system is unworkable for most tourists, because what tourist knows anybody in Bali? So it needs to be made very simple, as it was before. We have to get back to a normality that everybody knows. Now, the people of Bali have handled this amazingly well, and they've gone along with just about everything that's been thrown at them by the government. Masks and social distancing, you name it. The Balinese people have been very disciplined and very cooperative in something that was really quite difficult. And I think that was made probably easier by the fact that Bali has a very strong social system, the Banjar system, the village adat religious system. It makes it easier for government to get across new regulations and being able to explain those new regulations directly to the village people, so that they understand what it's about and that these things are for their good in the long term. Unfortunately, though, the villages are suffering in the short term. We're now getting into the long term with 2 years, but it's now becoming very difficult. There are lines of people in food queues trying to get food, which probably the rest of the world doesn't know about. And we mustn't be embarrassed about telling the world that. We should be telling the world that we are suffering, that the village people are out of work. They're all back working on the land, and not everybody can work on the land. I did hear the governor say that we probably should be looking more at people going back to the land and back to an older system. However, that is very impractical when you consider that since I arrived in Bali, there must have been, 1,000 or more hotels built, and rice fields have disappeared around Kuta, Legian, Seminyak, all these places, even around Denpasar and Ubud. Rice paddies have disappeared at an alarming rate. So there isn't anywhere really where a large food industry could be re-established, because the island is now directly involved in tourism. You can't turn back time and suddenly say, oh, well, sorry, guys, we all need to go back to the land. Tourism's over. Well, what are we going to do? Turn all the hotels into chicken farms? I mean, it's really totally impractical. So we've got to press ahead what Bali is famous for, and that is tourism. Now, Bali is still, up until last year, I noticed on the world list, it's still classed as the #1 island destination in the world. And this is a pretty amazing thing, really, for such a little place as Bali to be able to establish itself year after year after year as the most famous, destination as far as an island is concerned. So we must be doing something right. This is not a time for us to suddenly change lanes and say, okay, we've got to look at all these future things there. I've heard people talk about, new electronic systems and, environmental things and all this. This is not the time to do that. This is the time to consider that for the future. We have to look at these things, absolutely. But the desperate need right now is to get Bali working, to help the Balinese people themselves. Because we're all sitting around, and the most politicians and bureaucrats, even here in Bali, have not lost any money. They've still had their wages, but the people of Bali out there who are in tourism haven't. They've lost their wages for many, 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 many months now. And they're really desperate. I know many of my staff, in fact, mostly all my staff, personally, and I know how they live. I've been to their weddings. I've seen them grow up. I've seen their kids grow up in my 40 years here. So, I understand their problem, and their problem is very different to the problems of the rest of the world. Yeah, they're the people who need to be thought about now. So as I said before, it's up to the government now, and the government should think very seriously about this. I ask you personally to really consider to get Bali open immediately, not next month, the month after. Now, get it open now. Let people start to see that there is some hope, because I think many people have actually lost hope by now, and they're beginning to wonder if they're ever going to see Bali open again. Now, we're seeing other destinations in the world do it. Thailand is doing it. Mexico is wide open. Spain is open. Dubai is roaring. But I got a friend who runs a hotel in Bali, who used to have a hotel in Bali. He's now running a very large hotel in Dubai. He said Dubai is having numbers now that they've never seen before pre-COVID. So it's booming. So they must be doing something right. What we've got to do is imitate what they're doing. Okay, it's a different destination. It's got different attractions. However, it's still a destination the same as us, and we need to find out what they're doing and do it as quick as we can to get Bali financially operational again before people like even myself are gone forever. You can't just suddenly kickstart everything after 2 years if you've got no capital left to start, because maintenance is a major problem for everybody. I have the same problem. One of my problems is the elephant park that I have. The elephants are now to a stage where we have no money left to feed them, and we've now just gone and done a GoFundMe to try and get some funds to keep the elephants alive, at least until Bali starts again. But maintenance also includes all the other things. The power bills don't stop. Yes, they're less, they're cut down, but still we have power bills. Still we have internet bills. Still we have maintenance things, roofs, alang-alang roofs and things like this. They don't last. They only last 4 or 5 years at best before they need repairing and maintaining. So all these things are getting run down, and not just me. Every other business in Bali's got the same problem. Their walls are peeling because of the dampness. If you're up in the Ubud area like I am, the rain and maintenance up there is much, much greater than it is down on the coast, because we've got a lot of rain and a lot of dampness. So paint just peels off the walls after a year or so. It's a constant job to maintain buildings in this sort of climate. So it has to be thought of. Now, when we're talking about people coming back to Bali, I think what we've got to do is try to ask the kind of people that we want to come back to Bali as far as the business people are concerned. I'm not talking about tourists here, I'm talking purely about business people. When I came here, I was an entrepreneur. That was what I was. So I came here to see what Bali was missing and what I could do to create businesses. And I invented the rafting, I invented the elephant park, and I helped create that first bit of energy that came to Ubud to turn it into more of an adventure destination, which it now is. It's probably one of the world's best adventure destinations. And Ubud has thrived because of that. So each one of us who came here as an entrepreneur has done what we felt we could do, what we could feel we could make a reasonable living off, and what was good for Bali. Because it's very important for us to remember that this is Bali. It's not Australia, it's not America, it's not England or Europe, it's Bali. It has unique differences to other places. The people here, to a large degree in the country, don't have a huge education, so they're not full of innovative ideas as people like myself coming from overseas have, where we've lived in a Western society and we've had probably a little bit of a better education, and we've been able to see things going on around the world and either copy them, imitate them, or stimulate our imagination to come up with ideas. This is changing. The new generation of Balinese are unbelievable. I've got nieces and nephews from my wife's side of the family who are, they blow me away. They're smarter than I am now. These kids, these new kids are really, really clever, and they're going to lead Bali into a new generation. But we need to give them the chance to do that. We need them the chance to become entrepreneurs and find their own direction on their own island. So, you know, my interest has always been to try and stimulate that with my staff. And consequently, I've had staff with me for as long as 26 years. So long-term staff means that they're happy, that they're in an environment they enjoy, and I've watched them, as I say, marry, have kids, and now lots and lots of grandkids, which I don't even have myself. But it's a wonderful island, and we need to really think of how to get it happening again. Yes, I would agree with many of the people who spoke before, saying that new innovative ideas were needed. The environment needs to be protected, but we can't suddenly say, don't fly planes here. Because if we do that, we literally sign our own death warrant. We need planes coming here. And in the future, maybe the planes themselves are the ones who have to change. They're the ones who have to start producing less carbon, producing less pollution to the planet. Yeah, it's their job to do that, not our job. So they need to find ways to make air travel easy, not polluting, and everything else. And the same as we're doing with cars. I mean, we've got cars now that are totally free of pollution, many different types of cars, not just electric cars, but other types, which are, you know, which are really quite amazing and don't require petrol and all the polluting things that we've seen in the past. And I'd be very happy to embrace them. But for now, let's get Bali started again. Let's get the people working. Let's get the people out of the doldrums. These, the massive depression here. I've seen more suicides in the last 2 years than I've ever seen on the island. And this has been replicated in other countries. In Australia, the suicide level went up dramatically. And I've watched that because my home city from when I lived in Melbourne was Melbourne in Australia. And I still have family down there. But, it's a depressing time for everybody. And I think we've got to understand that and try to help them, not just ourselves. Yeah, I'll survive through this, no doubt, if I live long enough. and so will everybody else. But we need to give that opportunity to the children and the young people as soon as we possibly can. Schools have been closed here for, a year and a half and only now just starting to open. And that loss of education is not going to help the young people because in many ways it makes people lazy. Yes, they can work from home if they're lucky to have a computer or even electricity in the country. But it isn't the same as that interaction that we need with each other. All people need it. Without interaction, we are no longer human beings. We might as well be swinging in the trees like monkeys. We need to talk to people. We need to interact with people. We need to exchange ideas. We need to learn and have people teach us. That's very, very important. And that's what we've always tried to do in our company. My wife, Yoni, and I have always taken a great interest in our staff. And I think most people who've been here a long time do, and certainly local business people do 100%. So we need to think of what we can do to make this happen. Now, as far as an entrepreneur is concerned, this is someone with an idea. Now, there are different ideas that you can come up with. Some might be financial ideas because you're just looking to make money. Others might be just creative ideas, and you know, other ideas could take into account other different things that you have on your mind. In my particular business, we're not a big money-making business. Adventure tourism doesn't make huge money. It makes money. It makes a living. It's profitable when everything is good, but it's not a massive money maker. You know, it's not like having an internet company where money prints 24 hours a day. We don't. We only work 8 hours a day, and we have to make the most of that 8 hours a day to make a living. Now, some of the suggestions I've heard about, you know, changing to vegan, to make new menus and all that, but these are just personal choices. You can't make a living out of that unless you run a vegan restaurant and you've got plenty of vegans to fill it, any more than you can, you know, other things like shifting to, you know, carbon-free products and all this. It's not going to happen unless you have the ability to do it. And without visitors, without tourists, there is no ability to do anything. This is all on hold, and it needs to be thought about right now. Yeah, I have made a few notes, but I'm not really following my notes because I'm getting off at a little bit of a tangent because I really love this island, and all I want to see is all my friends, all my Balinese staff, and all my friends here and other business associates back in business, because they are all struggling, and that struggle is just throughout the whole island. And I don't think people realise how bad it is, because in many ways we haven't really admitted it. Yes, we've said it's quiet and that, but we're not going into details to say how bad it is. I mean, I know big businesses here, businesses that are known by everybody, who are at the point of bankruptcy, like ourselves. So, you know, we really are in a very desperate position in Bali to get the island back together. And it's not a time to be talking about change. It's time to be talking about opening. That's the word every Balinese wants to hear. Bali is open. That's the magic word. These other ideas are fine. They're great. They're fantastic to talk about, but they will have their time. That will come when people are back together. There's no one's got the money to spend on anything at the moment. I mean, just to open a hotel, again, it costs a lot of money. You've got to re-employ all your staff. You've got to do massive maintenance. I mean, I went up to one of our rooms at the Elephant Park yesterday, opened the door, and the smell was terrible. Why? Because the beautiful rugs in the room had all gone mouldy. So all those rugs have to be taken out. They all have to be sent to carpet cleaners and clean. This is all money that we don't have. We're now, just to open a hotel again is extremely expensive. It doesn't just open by itself. It's quite hard. Then we look at what is looking a bit at what Bali has done in the past to be what it is. If we go back to when I arrived in 1980, Bali was very underdeveloped, and I've been very, very fortunate enough to watch that development over the last 40 years and actually be a part of it, because I love this island, and that's why I chose to live here. I gave away my home in Australia to stay here and live here, and my wife and I are coming up to our 37th year of marriage, and we've been very, very happy up until this time. Our boys are now in their early 30s, and we look forward to the day when they would step into our shoes and take over a thriving business. Unfortunately, at this time, there's no thriving business to give them. So, you know, we need to realise what happened in this time to make Bali get to where it is. As I said before, it's the #1 island destination in the world still after many years. And the reason that's happened is because, #1, the culture. The culture of Bali is unique. It has a Hindu culture different to the rest of Indonesia, which is 90% Muslim and a little bit of Christian in there. And the people of Indonesia all get on so well. These different religions and cultures and different races. I mean, you go from one end of the archipelago to the other, and you go from, light-skinned people to very dark-skinned people down in Papua. You've got different languages on each island. Bali has the caste system still, as far as the language is concerned, and there's a high caste language and the ordinary caste language, is that people don't know this. They don't understand how intricate and how involved this archipelago is. I mean, the Indonesian language itself was only brought in at the beginning of the 20th century, and around about, I think it was about 1916, that they finally decided, the Dutch finally decided to join the people together in one language to make it easier for them to cooperate and to be able to talk to one another in one language. But still, these languages remain as cultural icons in all the different destinations here. Yeah. So my wife has just given me a little sign like that, which means I'm talking too much. Stop. So look, I'll just wind it up with this, that we need entrepreneurs to come back to the island. We need Indonesians to learn to be entrepreneurs. We need all the things that make a destination successful. And what we need is hope. More than anything, Balinese people need hope. They need hope to know that the island is about to open. And we need a time span. We've been given many promises over the last 2 years that it was going to open. I've forgotten how many times we've been told, yes, it's opening in June. No, it's opening in July. No, it's opening in August, September, December, and so on and so on. But each time we get let down. And for obvious reasons, I'm sure the government has their reasons for doing this, but I think the time has come to realise that COVID is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. It's now a new disease on the planet that's going to be with us forever, but it will wane and not. People will become immune to it eventually, and I think all the vaccines and all this are all a great help, maybe, but we don't really know. The truth is that our body has to develop its own immunity. There's no such thing as the lucky draw where you are suddenly immune. I mean, people who've been infected are also immune. They may not need the injection agent, but they take it because they're following government decree. I think it's time for the government to really take the initiative and get together with business people like myself and like others and work out a strategy to open the island ASAP so that we can all start to see some reality and get our lives back on track, because we're all depending on that. Okay, thanks very much. It's probably as much as I can say. Thank you.
Mr.
Any
Nigel
questions?
Mason, thank you.
I'll make your questions and I'll answer them later, yeah?
Yes, Mr. Nagel, we have a separate time for the question and answer, but before we continue with the third speaker, please allow me to thanks again. Yeah, because what you say before is reflects most of the Balinese people at the moment. So it's very true that Bali is open, but some of the regulation is keep the traveler away at the moment, like the quarantine, visa, and then the flight policy. Yeah. So hopefully, the first thing I like your point that we need the entrepreneur to help Bali. We need the responsible entrepreneur, such as you, Mr. Nigel Mason. Yeah. So that Bali can restart again. Okay. So, Mr. Nigel, please, we're gonna continue with the third invited speaker, which is Bapak Profesor Ngurah Mardika. So yes, Prof. The topic is the engineering health and safety to boost visitor confidence in Bali. Professor Ngurah Mardika is a professor in University of Udayana, specialty in infectious disease, especially virus infection, PhD holder from Gießen University, Germany since 1995, and has additional interests in tourism, especially related to biodiversity. He is active in educating and advocating government and general public in handling many virus outbreaks. So please welcome Professor Ngurah Mardika. Time and place is yours. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you for moderator. So it's really, and the organizing committee, it's really good opportunities for me to talk about infectious disease, or the handling or the management of the pandemic COVID-19 in the perspective of tourism. And this also, if you ask the society, like Michael mentioned, so please open Bali very soon. Is it Bali ready? If you ask the community, you ask the social public, so they will say yes, we are ready. But in the perspective of infectious disease, we're not ready yet. I would say like that. So let me share my my presentation. I prepared so about only 7 PowerPoint. So I will talk through this. Let me share. Yeah. Sorry. Wait a minute. I make a mistake. So let me share. Kemudian with sounds, yeah. Okay, let's share. So I'm just finishing another 3 meetings since this morning. I'm sorry for the organizing committee. I cannot join all this nice international conference very well. So I was joining late yesterday shortly. But I have many commitments with private companies since this morning. So I just finished the meeting. So let me present against in my vision that we should engineer health safety or health security to boost visitor confidence in Bali. Tourism is a fragile industry or a fragile business. So that's very sensitive to many issues, especially health issues, social issues like that. So against, in my opinion, Bali need to secure, to provide health security for any visitors to come to Bali, that if you come to Bali, you safe. With the management of COVID-19 right now, what happens in Indonesia, in Bali, I don't believe that that the global community are confident enough to come to Bali to be safe and safe here. That's my point of view. Against to us, pandemic is always a matter of time. Yeah, to us. I wrote it. I'm sorry. I make a. To us, yeah, the pandemic is a matter of time. It's not if. We experience maybe tens or hundreds pandemics since centuries. At least 3 or 4 major pandemics occurred only in 1919 millennium. So Spanish flu, that's with fatality of 50 million, and 50 million died. And then Asian flu in 57 is a fatality of 2 million people died. And then Hong Kong flu, fatality of 1 million. And pandemic H1N1 in 2009, which are less fatal, is a global fatality less than 1,000 people. But the fatality rate of COVID-19 up to 17 August 2021 is still 4.3 or 4.5 million in the world. So again, compared to Spanish flu, is the children of pandemic. So the Spanish flu was called as a the mother of pandemics. So with then the next pandemics we don't know, so we experience again the pandemic is always a matter of time. It's not of if. So the next pandemic after COVID-19 occur again, we are sure it will occur again, reoccur, but we don't know when. That's the matter. And then the next after the next. So it will be, the world is really on a trap of a pandemic every 10 or every 20 years. That's the fact. But again, we as scientists are aware of it, but the government and the community and the society is are never aware of what. Just business as usual without concerning the preparedness of any devastating pandemic that could happen in the next future. That's my point of view. So this is the film occurred 1,000 years ago.
Last pandemic with this deadly killing power happened less than a century ago. Doctors had seen nothing like it before. First came a fever and cough. Then, within hours, patients developed a severe pneumonia, as their lungs and other organs were eaten away by the virus. Entire families were wiped out in days. In many places, daily life came to a halt. Public services were shut. Food became scarce. By the time it was all over, the global death toll exceeded 50 million people.
So again, the history told us that the pandemic is not only just health problem, it's also economic problem, social problem, cultural problem, and this can be a security problem, masalah keamanan. This is against, but again, what I see, what we see in the world, just only some countries are prepared of major pandemics. I would mention China, I would mention Taiwan, and Singapore, and as well as Germany and some countries. But the rest of the world, they don't care. Even United States of America is not well prepared with this pandemic. Against with this pandemic, what occurred now is still ongoing now. We don't know. We do hope it will be finished. They will find its end the next couple of years, but again, we don't know yet. So,
Last pandemic.
yeah, and then if we compare what happens 100 years ago, the fatality rate was 50 million, but fatality of this pandemic around 4 million is much less. Than global transport during the time was only seawater, using ship, but now it's mass and rapid sea and air travel. Global population during the time only 1.6 billion, but now is 7.8 billion. So, and information during the time is very slow, but now it's very fast. But now the fast information also create another problem of conspiracy theory like that. So again, the virology not exist during the time, but now well advanced now. The diagnostic is only based on clinical science. Now is clinical science, molecular, that is very fast and very accurate. The modern vaccine is not exist during the time, but now existing, people can develop the vaccine very shortly, very quick. And then the Bali economy during the time mostly agriculture, but now Bali economy was based on tourism. This is the compare. So we can predict it. We can make we can imagine that if the mother of pandemic, what happened 100 years ago, occurred in Bali, in Indonesia, in the world right now, with the mass 7.8 billion population, rapid and fast travel, so the fatality rate might reach around 150 million people. So, and then the impact, maybe the impact is not right 100 years ago in Bali, because we were based on agriculture, but now we were based on our economy on tourism. So the impacts can be now is very unimaginable. So people like Mr. Nagel mentioned before, people not working at all, no job, no money, and then with no job, no money, and no creativity. So no ideas at all. So now is the game of the survival, how to survive this pandemic. Yeah. So lesson learned. What I will learn in pandemic management in Bali, Indonesia, is was prior to outbreak, before 2020, before March 2020, we were late reporting. There were some cases that might be associated with COVID-19 from China, but the government say no. As long as the traveler who came to Bali, who known to be positive at home, were never in touch with any local people in Bali at all. It's just like a late reporting, late detection, and during that time you have to send a sample to Jakarta, and takes 2 or 3 months, 1 or 2 months before the result is known. Then the outbreak is spread without any warning at all. That's late action. This was prior to outbreak confirmation. So after outbreak declaration, we have until now, ladies and gentlemen, until now, we have very low testing. We test our sample, Indonesian government test our sample basically based on under standard method, which is rapid antigen. It's not standardized. It is substandard. The second is low tracing, especially Bali. Since the beginning of the outbreak, the number of contact people traced and tested with COVID-19 is always low. It's even 1%, one positive person contacts only 1.0, 0 point blah blah. Really less than 1% in contact trace. Now we have the number maximum 5 people are contacted and traced, and these 5 numbers are still very low. We need 15, at least 15, but ideal is 30 against low testing and low treatment. Really, this is 6L, we call it: late reporting, late detection, late action, low testing, low tracing, low treatment. This is the fact. So how could you think that people abroad believe that Indonesia handled COVID-19 very well with this number? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, like China, compared to China, they test their people in one city, of around 13 million people in one city. They just need 1 week to sample it, to test it using PCR. India, they do testing to 1.5 to 2 million people per day. They test it with using PCR, not using rapid antigen, not using Genos, whatever it is. It's really, I don't think that the global community believe that Indonesia managed COVID-19 properly. We're lucky now. Of course, we are lucky now. We have a low number of cases and low number of fatalities. We have, let's say, relaxed time, let's say. But again, to me, there's a low number or low fatalities. Not right. What happened right now is merely or morely contributed by the climate, by the nature. The nature contributed, not only just the government policy or government management. Against, to me, lesson learned against that we manage COVID-19 not properly in Bali, in Indonesia. Yeah? So the impacts. So I don't give you any figure or any statistic. But again, the left side before the pandemic and the right side is after pandemic in Kuta Beaches. So this difference, and against this very devastating. And now people are hoping that Bali open, but with this kind of management, I don't think, although many obstacles still occur, like no direct transport. Government doesn't allow any transport that transit in Singapore, for example, in high activity of COVID-19. So government allows only direct flight from Saudi Arabia, from Australia, from China, from Japan. Just no transit. But again, we understand there is no less direct flight than multiple flight with common some couple of transits. It's very common business in this world right now. So against so it's very clear. My message is very clear. I express it every time. I have tons or thousands of pipe to express it. I myself is a member of expert panel of COVID-19 control in Jakarta. I express it. I talk to journalists, national and international journalists, how to boost, how to enhance tourism confidence or traveler confidence to come to Bali. To me, is health security. We have to provide health security to them. So if you come to Bali, you are safe. So what I mean with health safety or health security is state-of-the-art system of epidemic control should be in place. That a system that make a possible re-emergence or emergence of new pandemic can be detected at its earlier phase without any delay, because virus or any infectious agent doesn't wait for working time. So there's no petugas. So don't spread now. Wait for Sunday and weekdays, not in weekend. They don't know that. They just spread as it wants. So first, we need regulation. Yeah. The second, regulation, especially for Bali, that Bali is allowed to make any decision without any consultation with central government. Yeah, that's the point. Again, why that? Why I said it? Because health outbreak doesn't wait for the government, doesn't wait for people, doesn't wait for weekdays. They just spread what it wants. Yeah. The second is functional and well-funded task force. Task force were always dog watch, watch the situation and then make a really decisive decision as soon as possible without any delay. Enhancing hospital capacity. We can calculate how many ICU room with ventilators, modern ICU, not just only ICU. What government say ICU to me is just a normal room, which is and now they put an ICU. Just ICU room with ventilators. Taiwan has many, fluently numbers. Germany, Sweden is a lot of ICU rooms. So again, Australia, even for Germany, they allow that sick people can be transported to Germany, like from Italy or from France, to get a ICU room because they have a large number of ICU with ventilators. Taiwan has it. Taiwan has well prepared against pandemic. Modernizing and solid and advanced detection system. We have to use only PCR. We have to use only standard method, not just a substandard method like what they have in this country right now. The second is conducting rigid contact tracing. Yeah, we don't know. You don't see the virus. You just see the people sick because of the virus. So you have to do contact tracing and treat the people properly. So the risk to infect other people is much lower. The last is alert community, alert society. What happened in Bali, they still make a crowding, but always with precaution. Please don't make any picture and upload it to internet or Facebook or social media. We cannot handle COVID-19 like that. So we have to make a really alert community. Against only with this, you can offer to the traveler, okay, you can come to Bali now because we have a task force, well funded, and that can make a prompt and decision without any delay. We have a good number of ICU room with ventilators. We only use very high standard state-of-the-art technology to detect the virus, and we conduct very rigid contact tracing. Only with that, you can offer them to global community, then they can feel the same. Like the example of terrorism. Everybody in the world knows that terrorism is everywhere. But before the outbreak of pandemic COVID-19, all tourism are confident were to come to Bali because they know there are very good system. There are very good. There is very good team in Indonesia that handle with terrorism at its earlier possible. So they understand it, then they believe it, they trust it, then they come to Bali. They came to Bali before the pandemic. With this pandemic, without this kind of team, without this kind of system, so I'm afraid we can tell people our beach is open, our hotel are open, but they will not willing to come. They are not willing to come to Bali because they don't feel safe to come in this. This is my point of opinion. Again, then I express it not only in this very well-known conference, high standard conference. I told people, I told government, I talked to in television, I talked to journalists, national and international journalists on this issue. Again, we need to improve our capacity to handle the outbreaks very soon. That's all I would like to say. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry if I speak not appropriately. So again, I just want to express my my feelings or my personal view or scientific point of view how to handle COVID-19 to welcome tourism to come to Bali. Thank you and selamat siang. Om Santi Santi Santi.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ngurah Mahardika. It was very great presentation, and I'm glad that we have someone expert in this field, and then I'm really hope that the government can really listen to you, Prof. So to enhance our system in Bali, especially you have the healthy safety model that to offer, which is try to enhance the system so that we can get the confidence and also trust from the traveler. So it's very interesting point that you say that the regulation need to be decentralized in Bali, and then you bring the very good point that the outbreak, it doesn't wait until the government make the decision, so they need to have a fast response. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we still have a time now. We're gonna have the question and answer session. I saw there is one question already in the chat box for Professor Sylvain. Yeah. Let me start, and then please, for the other participant, if you have any question, please write your question in the chat box, and then also please kindly mention to which speaker do you wish to address your question. Okay, the first question, I think Professor Sylvain still with us here. Yeah, this is from Jan. The question is, thank you, Professor Sylvain, for your interesting presentation about interculturation in Bali. Since you have discussed about the intercultural in Bali and its relation to tourism phenomenon, as an international researcher who focus on tourism in Indonesia, according to your opinion, what factor facilitate the success of interculturation between the Western culture and the local culture in Bali? Please, Professor Sylvain, time is yours.
Thank you for this interesting question. I think globally, more generally about Indonesia, according to me, I was very amazed with the capacity, because of our history, I think, to incorporate different kind of culture in their own culture. And if I take the specific case of Bali, I think that first about tourism, the Balinese society have lived for 1 century with tourism. So it means that, like in France, actually, they have continued to have no, I mean, they have lived and changed for 1 century in contact with the Western culture. But also, I think, according to me, what is very interesting, if we compare to our society, is also the fact that maybe because they are also very confident in their own unicity and richness of their culture, they are not, I know that there are sometimes people are afraid to lose their culture, but very often I think that they are open to other culture and the capacity to integrate other culture in their own culture because we are confident in the richness and uniqueness of a culture. And I think, for example, also, but maybe we need to develop more. But according to me, I was also impressed by the fact that when I come to Indonesia, and especially in Bali, I don't feel any bad feelings about the European, like the old settler, as if they have succeeded thanks to the history and the old order when we close to all the other influence, external influence, succeed to create their own nation. And because we are quite sure about the uniqueness and uniqueness of the culture, we are not afraid after with a new order to reopen to external influence. I don't say that it's easy, and of course sometimes there are fear, especially if there is corruption, especially if there is a huge company who try to abuse the situation. But also I observe that the Indonesian and especially the Balinese have a capacity also to demonstrate that they disagree, to make some strike or manifestation, to fight against big company if they think that it's the abuse of the situation. I'm not saying that it's easy, but according to me, there is this capacity of interculturation because people have learned to live with a lot of different culture, and they are incorporate this into their culture instead of seeing them it like a threat. And that's why it's make it so unique. Maybe we have other example in other place, but for me, I was amazed and very attracted by Indonesia and especially Bali because of this, like a hope for humanity, the capacity to live together.
Thank you, Prof. Sylvain. Can I just add another question to you? Yeah, based on your experience, research. Yeah, is there any other culture in the world that might exist like now that are not part of the interculture? So they are still remain their own origin culture.
Well, I am not specialized in the word, but I think that globalization, well, globalization means that the culture are in interaction. And I think it's, well, of course, some population decide not to be, but I don't think that, I don't think that there is the concept of authenticity doesn't exist for society in reality
Yeah.
because society are always evolving and it's also through adaptation that they survive, because if not, then it become a museum. And well, I think what is very interesting, I work with a lot of young people coming from Bali, the students who are in master, in bachelor sometimes, and in PhD, and they are looking for the future. They don't want to be reduced to the past or to a museum. They want to be both. They want to be modern and at the same time to keep their own culture. So I don't know. I think there are few cultures who refuse external relationship, but I think most of the culture try to find their future into this interculturation. But for me, it's something very positive. It's not like losing something. It's like adapting to modernity through adaptation, but it is increased innovation. So for me, it's an enrichment, even if it's never easy, but it's the same thing, even in France, when I come from an island, only one island, and they want to find a balance between putting in value the culture and also what we have to understand is that tourism is also a way to help all culture to stay, because if they don't have a valuation by the tourists, probably the young people don't want to keep the old traditions. So I think it's also, for me, why tourism is a way of sustainable development, because it's also helped, well, with regulation, of course, as we have seen with all the discussions, the importance of regulation, but it's help, also it can help the community to stay themselves because they change, they adapt to the modern world, globalization.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Sylvain.
Sama-sama.
Sama-sama. Okay. I have another question now for Professor Ngurah, but before we go to Professor Ngurah, please allow me to ask to Mr. Nigel, okay? You might have a different opinion far from Professor Ngurah Mardik, but my question is, what do you think about Bali mitigation that are currently being prepared for almost 2 years compared to your country, Mr. Nigel? Please, time is yours.
A difficult question, because I don't agree with what has happened in my hometown of Melbourne, where they had locked down for something like 140 days within that period, which was very stressful on the people. As I said before, the suicide rate went up enormously, and the other damage to people as a whole has been enormous, which really hasn't been calculated. All they talk about is deaths from COVID, which there weren't a huge amount in Melbourne. But they, compared to Bali, Bali handled it much better, in my opinion. The people of Bali handled it better. I think there is a natural ability by the people of Bali to educate and convince themselves of what should be done. Yes, they had government guidelines, and they were fairly tough. And some of them were really quite funny. I heard of the police, for instance, making anybody who didn't wear a mask on a motorbike have to do 20 push-ups if they didn't have 10,000 rupiah on. I mean, that could only happen in Bali, and I find that very amusing. And it solved the problem. People did it, and they talked about it, and it did the same thing. If you don't have to fine people enormous amounts of money to make them comply, get the message across, which is done in a more amusing way, in my opinion. Whereas in Melbourne now, they've had tremendous pain. I mean, really crazy. And in Darwin, I see the other day, they said anybody who hasn't had the vaccination will be fined $5,000. I mean, if you couldn't do that in Bali, people wouldn't have $5,000 for a start. They probably wouldn't even have $500. So, different places have to handle it in a different way. And Bali has handled it, in my opinion, extremely well. I've been here throughout the whole entire period. I came back just before the start of the COVID problem, and I've watched it from start to finish. And And I think we've handled it very, very well. I don't think I could see any problems with Bali, and we've come through it okay. I mean, we're now in the latter days of COVID. That's why I believe we should now open, because I don't think we can get it any lower than it already is. And I think the world is the same. Most people around the world have either had it or got it at the moment, or not going to get it. Who knows? You know, some people are immune, they don't get it. We don't talk about those people, but some people aren't going to get it at all. They have a natural immunity already in their bodies. So we're at the tail end of it, and we can't wait forever. We can't punish the people forever, like we're seeing in Australia. Australia has brought in laws now that are draconian, to say least, and I don't agree with how they've done it at all. And I would hope that Bali, you know, is more sensible than the governments of Australia, who I don't agree with at all. That's true.
Thank you, Mr. Nigel. Yeah, I also like to to highlight your point earlier during your presentation. You mentioned that economic diversification is needed in Bali, but not in intermediate state, which is true. Yeah, so that we have to plan for that, and then so that we don't put all our egg in one basket. So, Mr. Nigel, yeah,
Sorry, yes?
Yes, please.
That's very true, and I would adhere to that very much. But, you know, people can't do massive changes unless they have the financial capacity to do it, which now most people in Bali don't. Most people are now down to their last dollar, so to speak, or rupiah, and they are not going to be able to rush out and start putting in all sorts of technology and that for the future. That will come later. Well, the first thing is to get open. I myself realised this in my own business, for instance. My business is all about tourism and all about adventure tourism. So, you know, 5 years ago now, I realised that all my eggs were in one basket and that I should think about how I could diversify to protect myself against something like this. Now, this was before COVID came, but we have had the Bali bomb, we had the Bali bomb 2, we've had other various things over the years. So we've already experienced what can happen when the Bali has experienced a downturn in tourism. It's quite devastating to most people, and I remember those times a lot, because I was here and I had my businesses and had to act very carefully to try and restrict the amount of damage that was done. So what I did is I went out 5 years ago and started investigating going into a food product. I went overseas and examined chocolate making machinery, and 4 years ago I opened up a new business here, which is Mason Chocolate. And in the end of 2019, we then reinvested in making a larger factory in a different area, which unfortunately coincided with the start of COVID-19. So by the time we were ready to open, it was middle of 2020, and we opened up in the worst possible time we could. Had it happened a couple of years before, we'd have been well insulated against that problem. But, you know, it's a good example of what you're talking about, though, is, you know, people diversifying into things necessarily be related with what they're doing. But there is always a danger that you can diversify too far. You know, it's better to do what you know how to do rather than try and do something you don't know anything about. That is a danger. So when we started the chocolate, I went overseas. I took my Balinese staff over to Italy and had them trained so that they understood it. And we started a very, very successful chocolate, and we're probably making, in my opinion, some of the best chocolate in Indonesia, which the idea being that it will be an export product eventually and will be a great product to enhance Indonesia's chocolate, because up until now, Indonesia is really only concentrated on selling cocoa beans overseas, not actually making the chocolate themselves, which they're quite capable of doing. And it is a thriving business throughout the world, and there's no reason that more Indonesian business people can't start up making chocolate, because we have the best beans on every single island. There isn't an island almost in Indonesia that doesn't have cocoa growing. So it's a good industry to get into, but unfortunately I got it a bit late.
Fantastic, Mr. Nigel. Thank you so much. We salute you. Please send my regard to Ibu Yani. Yeah.
I will do. Thank you.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
The next one, Professor Ngurah Marika. I think we have one question for you in the chats box. Let me read it for you.
Yeah.
Do you think the CHSA certification from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy can surely promote Indonesia to international tourists? That's the first one. And then second one, is it just a gimmick or does it show the readiness of tourism industry in Indonesia? There are not yet any monitoring or application of CHSA certification. So at the moment, I believe that in total, until 2021, there are 2,000, almost 2,000 industry that has been certified of the cleanliness, health, safety, and environment. Please, Prof. Ngurah, your time is yours.
First, I would like to make comments about Mr. Nicol mentioned said before. But what happened in Bali? I don't believe that Balinese people and Indonesia people handle the outbreak properly. What happened in Bali now that the decline of the cases, the cases are declined, the hospital bed are declined, and also the number of fatalities declined. It's mostly because of two things. First is the nature. We are in the tropical islands with very hot summer this time and very high humidity. This contribute to the decline of the virus infection. The second is there is no general public transport in Bali. Public transport is at a high risk of spreading virus very quick, as happened in Jakarta, in Java. In Bali, they don't have this public transport. So against the third thing is the behavior of community in Bali compared to Brazil. I was confronted by journalists in Brazil against why the case in Bali is quite low compared to Brazil. There is a behavior in Brazil. If people meet, they kiss each other. A lot of kissing. Balinese doesn't like kissing, especially in open space. They kiss each other in very close space or in secret area. So we don't kiss a lot. We don't kiss a lot. This is a kind of against. It's not because of the community activity to pressure the spread of the pandemic. This is my opinion. Against Padigal, we have a different opinion on that matter, and what happened in Australia is very high standard. So that should be done if you would like to handle the virus. Yeah. The second thing is about certification. A certification is GHSE certification is really just a tool, how to control the spread of people, the movement of people, especially in one area, but not if you have GHSE without any tracing. If you don't trace the virus, if you don't detect the virus in any people that go in, this virus is still out of control. So again, this is just one system. GHSE is just one system, but again, this virus is spreading in the community through people movement, people crowding. This is the main vehicle or why how the virus is spreading. That's the point. In my point of view. Again, will it promote tourism? I don't believe it. I'm sorry to say, I don't believe it because again, it's about trust. So I think that global community mainly doesn't trust. Let us some journalists from foreign journalists who are based in Bali. They don't believe. They don't believe that the government has controlled the pandemic properly. Again, until now, Until now, half of cases in Indonesia are traced with very substandard method, which is rapid antigen. It's not standard. The sensitivity is relatively low, around 80%. It means that from 100% who are positive of the virus, 20 will be detected as negative. It is against just I could it's the complete how to promote the tourism in back to Bali. It must be a complete review, a complete enhancement of the system. That's really we do it in a modern way. If you see the disease in one one village or one hotel, you have to have any authorization to lock this hotel only. Lock this hotel. Don't let the people comes out and stay there and detect the virus. If the virus is confirmed, you have to follow. If the virus is negative, you can reopen it very soon without any delay. This is in Australia we call it standstill order. If you detect any suspicion of any infectious disease, even in animal, in human, in animal, the first order of vet, regulating vet in this standstill order. Diam di tempat, don't move, stay there. And then the government and the authority quickly reacting, then detect the virus. If there is negative, and open very soon. If there is positive, then they make a kind of ring area where is the people not allowed to move in, like that. So I don't think this GHSE system will promote the tourism only. It's just one component, just only single component. We depend on many other components. What I said previously, the regulation, the task force that are fully funded and has the authority to make a prompt decision without any delay. The modern hospitals, modern detection system, and the alert society. It's not like now. The people of Bali make a crowd with any kind of ceremony, with any signs there. Please don't make any picture and don't upload it to say any social media. You cannot handle this kind of pandemic with this approach. You cannot. I'm not sure about that. I'm sorry to say, for the government, part of the government of Indonesia and Bali who are now in this forum, so you have to work hard. We have to work hard. Use only modern standard. Don't use any unproven method. Use only proven method. Then with this kind of method, people will believe we manage the outbreak properly. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Can I just answer the professor briefly?
Please, Mr. Nigel, please, time's yours, yes.
First of all, Professor, thanks very much for the explanation, but you misunderstood what I said. I was not talking about the government of Bali and how well the government had handled it. I was talking about how well the people of Bali had handled it. I was talking about the village people in my area where I'm in and out of ceremonies every day when I go up the road, and I attend many ceremonies with my staff. So I was talking really about how the people of Bali themselves had handled the situation and done everything they'd been told. Of course, they're not in control. They have to do what the government or the police or the local banjar tells them to do. So I'm quite well aware of that. However, there is a fact that an academic person like yourself will always see it in a different light to a business person like me. And my priority of course, is to see Bali operating again as a business, not just as a cultural destination. Of course, we love the culture of Bali and we take part in it. I myself am Hindu, as is my wife. So I attend ceremonies as a Hindu and I know all the ceremonies. I've had my teeth filed and all the things that you've had done probably. However, I don't profess to be a professor of Hindu culture, but I do understand what goes on, and I was not talking about how the government had handled it. If you asked me that question, I would give you a probably totally different answer. But as far as talking about Australia and how they handled it, that is, of course, a matter of opinion. And what you just have to remember most is that this has now been with us for almost 2 years. We can't shut the world down forever. And we certainly can't shut down a fragile island like Bali forever, because not everybody is a professor in a university or a government minister or whatever who has not lost any money through their wages being cut, whereas everybody has in the tourism industry. Everybody has lost money. Many people have lost their jobs permanently in many cases. So I think it's a very different question we're looking at, and each one has a very different answer. So to be polite to you, I understand exactly what you're saying and I agree with you about everything. However, there is one other thing you're saying about Balinese not taking photos of groups of people. What are you going to do? Confiscate every phone of every Balinese? I don't know anybody in this island who doesn't own a hand phone and takes photos of everything in their life, from the food they eat to a selfie in every place they possibly can. That's a cultural thing. The Balinese are very social in that regard, and they love to share photos with one another. Doesn't necessarily mean they're sending them overseas. They're not. Most of them are just sending between themselves. You can't suddenly ask everybody not to take photos of themselves. Of course they will. And when they're at an event like the ceremony, this is a cultural ceremony. It's a ceremony where people get together and talk and discuss things. It's not just a ceremony. It's also a very social event to the Balinese. They love their ceremonies, and when I go to a ceremony, I always enjoy in all the chat and all the gossip that goes on, because that's part of the ceremony.
Thank you, Mr. Nigel. Yeah. So again, we have one more question. I believe is addressed to Professor Zilvin. Yeah. The question is the intermediate key point. How is it work in the intercultural research? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, for me, intermediation means that the world is not homogeneous. And it means that when you are French and when you come to study the culture of Bali or another island in Indonesia, I think that it is very important not to go just by yourself, except if you have lived in the country for 20 years and you already knows everything. But I think it's very important about intermediation to have someone, and that's why we have an international consortium, a colleague who know the culture. And the richness of this research is the fact that you have an external gaze and an internal gaze. Someone who can introduce you, and it will favor the trust between you and the person that you will interview, because he will first it will introduce you, and second it will explain also to you how we have to manage, because it is a lot about this, and it is in the two senses. I mean, but the Western researcher has to have a local colleague to understand the specificity of a culture, but most also of my colleague, Indonesian colleague, they have also a Western culture thanks to their studies or their travel in France or in other country, in Australia and so on. And so it means that to understand each other's, it is interesting to have immersion. I have immersion in Indonesia, but in my Indonesian colleague have immersion in France or in other culture. And that is what I think that it is a key of understanding, because as I said, the world is not homogeneous. And if I have no one to introduce me, to explain to me also the different behavior and what it means, well, I will lose a lot of information. just because I don't understand. And maybe I can also create frustration without knowing it because my behavior is not adequate for the people who receive me. So I think it is very important, but it is in Europe, we have also specific culture. And this is important also, but most of my colleagues have been also in Western country to understand a civilization which is different. Of course, the culture is different from each country in Europe or in Australia or in America. There are some common points, but something different. But it is important also for them to understand the specificity of our culture. Because as I say, when we are academics, we share some things because we are academics in different countries. We are looking for objectivation. When we are in the human science, we are read the same kind of references, but also others. So that's why it's so interesting, the sharing of common things and different things. And also about, I was speaking about the publication also in international review. I am French, and even as a French, I have also to understood the way of writing and expression of English people, American people, because international review are in the hand, most of them. And so it is different from the French way to write, and I have to learn this. So that's what I think is so important, intermediation, to understand the complexity of different culture. I don't know if I answered the question.
Thank you, Professor Sylvain. Just one more question. This is the last one, from Rati, in the chat box to Professor Sylvain and also Mr. Nigel. I'm wondering, as France and Australia are two of major tourist markets in Bali, according to your opinion, what should Bali and or Indonesian government do to provide required facilities related to the new normal era in order to respond the needs of those two markets to stimulate them to come to Bali again? Thank you. Just a quick one, please, Professor Sylvain and also Mr. Nigel.
Well, I think it's very interesting because we have seen just we were two of our intervenants, two different points of view, and I understand, and both are true. I mean, but for the tourist, the quarantine, the fact that you have to wait for 1 week, of course, it's limited. But at the same time, I understand perfectly my colleague from the disease point of view. But well, according to me, if you want that the foreigner come back, for me, I want to come back, but I am waiting to be sure that there is no risk, and second, that there is no quarantine. But I think that both are linked, and probably when the Indonesian will succeed to control more of the disease, then the quarantine can disappear, and then it will arrive more easily. So I think that both points of view are true. But I understand also, I cannot come for 2 years, and I would be very interested to come to see the resilience, and I can understand also the distress of the population, I can understand, but I can understand also that if the tourists come without regulation, it will be terrible for them and terrible for Bali. So that's my answer.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Nigel, please. I think you still mute. Yes.
We are, sorry.
Yeah.
I think my answer is probably fairly similar, other than the fact that I don't believe that we have to wait any longer. I think we've waited as long as we need to. As far as Australia is concerned, I think Australia is a different country to France in many ways. One thing, that it has several states, not just one. Each state is controlled separately. So the rules that apply to Western Australia don't apply to Victoria, New South Wales, Northern Territory, Tasmania or South Australia. These are all separate governments. Although there is one Commonwealth government, each state runs its own laws. And this has been seen very strongly with the fact that some states in Australia have been much tougher and locked down much longer than other states. So each state has to make its own decision according to its own rules. And some of them, I heard that the minister, the premier, should I say, of Western Australia say he wasn't seeing Western Australians coming back to Bali for another 6 years, or not until there was not even one single case of it. I mean, well, that is totally unrealistic, and that's a politician talking, trying to win votes for his next election. That's not reality. Nobody's going to wait 6 years before going anywhere. That is really crazy talk. But unfortunately, politicians do tend to talk crazy talk. They have a whole different criteria to the average person. As I said before, an academic will have a different idea to a politician to a businessman. All of us have our own criteria that we follow, and consequently our answers and questions will be regarding that same thing. Professor, I'll tell you a funny story. There was a professor from Udayana University many years ago, back in the year 2001, who contacted our company and said that he didn't believe that the helicopters were necessary in Bali. And he thought they were a bad idea because we already have buses. That was his answer. So it just shows you that different people have different ideas according to their own particular philosophy. And I sort of laughed at that answer and said, yes, we have buses, we also have boats, we also have cars, motorbikes. All forms are necessary, and a helicopter may not be for the average person, but it is great for the VIP who's only here for 2 or 3 days and wants to see as much Bali as they can in that time, and a helicopter is obviously the answer. So, we all have different answers to different questions, but I believe that Bali needs to be thinking of one thing and one thing only now: get open as soon as possible using the technology that we have now, which has been implemented in many other countries very successfully, and it's time for us to copy those countries and not be the last place in the world to open.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nigel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are here reached the end of the session number 3. Please allow me to express our gratitude and appreciation to the all invited speaker, Professor Sylvain, Mr. Nigel Mason, and Professor Ngurah Mardika for their great and fantastic contribution toward the 5th Bali International Tourism Conference 2021. Of course, to all participants, once again, thank you. Please stay optimistic and safe. And now we will continue to the next agenda. I will hand over to Ms. Dian, our master ceremony. Time and place is yours. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to our moderator, Dr. Yoga Iswara, for leading such a mind-blowing session during our invited speaker session. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we still have another interesting program in the 5th Bali International Tourism Conference. There is, of course, the last parallel sessions. And before we start the parallel sessions, I should remind you that we will finish the whole parallel sessions by 19:30 or 7:30 p.m. Bali time. And then after that, please kindly gather back to this main room of the Zoom meeting, as we will also participate during the closing remarks by the head or chairman of the Centers of Excellence Tourism of Udayana University. So once again, enjoy the parallel session, and just like the first day, the link or the room for the breakout session or the parallel session will be provided in your screen, so you can just click it directly to your designated room. We will have 2 breakout rooms, and the moderator as well as all of the panelists are already there. So please join us, whether it's in the breakout room 1 or breakout room 2. And then we will gather back to this main room by 7:30 p.m. for the closing remarks. Thank you. Enjoy the parallel sessions.
repurchase intention of airline passengers. And then the author is Ibu Ismayanti and Mega Yunita. Okay, so since we have very tight schedule for our parallel for today, I would like Ibu Maya Ismayanti to upload your presentations. And then after that, we will require you to do 10-minute presentations. Do you have your presentation already, Ibu Maya?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can do the share screen, right?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Right.
So we will have a 10-minute presentation, and after that, at the end of the presentation, there will be question and answer for all of the participants. Or if anyone has any questions, please do not hesitate to write down on the chat or maybe raise hand. Therefore, I will give a chance for you to ask questions. Okay. Are you ready, Ibu Maya?
Yeah, can you see on the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
I see. Thank you.
Very well. Okay. Should I start?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to share our findings. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Ismayanti, but you may call me Maya. And together with Mega Yunita, we are from University of Sahid, Jakarta. We will present our paper titled The Effect of Health Protocol Application on Repurchase Intention of Airline Passengers. And we take CityLink on Halim Perdana Kusuma International Airport, Jakarta as the case. Here are the talking points of our presentation. First, we will introduce our paper with background and research objective, then literature review used for our discussion. Third, we will show the methodologies chosen, continue with showing the result and the discussion, and the presentation will be closed by the conclusion and recommendation. Why we conduct this research? Here are the background. As pandemic COVID occurs, travel warning were released in many countries, and there were 70% up to 95% reduction of the number of passengers. People are afraid to travel. Aviation industry suffered and tried to find a way to face the crisis. CityLink is one among those airlines who tried to survive with and the airline started with the application of the health protocol in operation as it is regulated by the government. The implementation of the health protocol made departure process hassle and time consumed. Passengers need more effort and should allocate extra budget apart from the airfare. This made people has less interest to travel. Thus, it is the purpose of this research to explain the implementation of health protocol in Halim Perdana Kusuma International Airport, Jakarta, and type of the repurchase intention during pandemic, and also explicate how the protocol affect the repurchase intention of the CityLink passengers. There are two theories that we use, repurchase intention and health protocols. The theory of planned behavior is the theoretical basis of the essential behavior aspect to examine the repurchase intention. And in this study, repurchase intention can be determined through 4 dimensions. As those previous studies we notified, there are transactional intention, person tendency to purchase product or services, referential intention, person tendency to refer product or services to be consumed to others, preferential intention, interest to describe the behavior of person who has primary preference for the product and services, and the 4th dimension, exploratory intention, that describe behavior of person who are always looking for information related to the product that he or she is interested in, and always being positive support to the product and services. The second review literature is health protocol as a procedure carried out to ensure individuals or community remain healthy and protected from certain diseases. It is mentioned by KCPPN, Kominfo, and Kemenkes in 2020, and that consists of three T, they call it: testing, tracing, and treatment. Testing means that health check through swab antigen or PCR test, and tracing means that tracking to everyone traveling by air using the EHAC, electronic health alert card. And treatment means healing or curing needed by someone if he or she gets symptoms of the COVID-19. The study using quantitative method with observation of CityLink ground handling in Halim Perdana Kusuma Airport. The population are CityLink passengers in Halim Perdana Kusuma Airport, and we are using the non-probability with purpose sampling. Online questionnaire were distributed to 115 passengers, and 100 respondents in Halim Perdana Kusuma are valid, so return rate is about 87%. Health protocol was independent variables with 3 dimensions: testing, tracing, and treatment, while the repurchase intention as dependent variable comprised of 4 dimensions as I mentioned before: transactional, referential, preferential, and exploratory. Each element consists of 2 indicators, so there were 14 statements in the questionnaires with 5 Likert scale, 1 for totally disagree and 5 to totally agree. After collecting data, analyzed using qualitative description with scoring and indexing method, then categorized into range of scale for interpretation as shown in the presentation. Furthermore, simple linear regression used to measure the impact of health protocol toward repurchase intention with equation y equal to a plus bx. Y as health protocol, x as repurchase intention, and as constanta, a as constanta, and b as slope. For hypothesis, we have hypothesis that there is a positive impact of health protocol application toward repurchase intention of CityLink Airlines passenger, and it is tested using the t-test with the criteria HO accepted if T count less than T table, and HA accepted if it T count more than T table. Here are the results. CityLink has done implementation of health protocol using digital apps, as you can see in the pictures. If the passenger did check in by online, there is an application named Betterfly CityLink apps, or through CityLink website, then the passenger can pass the temperature check and security checkpoint 1 in the airport of Halim Perdana Kusuma International Airport. And then they may proceed validate the negative certificate of COVID-19 online through the EHAC in Peduli Lindungi, and particularly during the checking baggage in the counter. After boarding pass received, then passenger can proceed to the security checkpoint 2 to go to the boarding lounge. As you can see, the boarding lounge was already arranged with the sitting arrangement, and passenger may only sit in any unmarked seat with social distancing applied. Getting into airlines, passenger can only sit in the seat number arrangement, as you can see in the pictures. Once again, social distancing in cabin applied, and masks should be on all the time. The finding about the health protocols, as you can see on the table, respondents indicate that implementation done by the CityLink has been totally appropriate to the regulation of the T3, testing, tracing, and treatment. And based on the recap, as you can see, the highest rank was the treatment dimension, with the statement of the nearest clinic is needed. And it means that proper treatment before and after flying made passenger feel comfortable. And the lowest rank is tracing the dimension with the statement of fill in electronic health alert card. It seems that EHAC made passenger hassle. As you can see, there are lots of column that you have to fill in the EHAC for those who using the airlines. From the finding about the purchase intention, as you can see from the table, the passenger had high repurchase intention to CityLink during the pandemic, And based on the recap, you can see the highest rank is the exploration intention with the statement, I was interested in using Citylink Airlines after being informed that Citylink implemented social distancing on the aircraft. The passenger will always be looking for information related to Citylink service, so that Citylink should be always updated and well informed to the potential passengers. Whereas the lowest rank was the referential intention with the statement, I feel safe because the facility provided by Citylink Airlines always disinfected. In referential intention, passengers of Citylink has a tendency to revert their service and experience to others and will recommend to the potential passenger to purchase the same. In looking for the impact, using the simple linear regression with the equation as shown in the presentation, which means that if health protocol is not applied or zero, then repurchase intention is low. And in decision-making result, the t-test received a constant result of 2.311, health protocol value 0.419, and it showed that the HO denied and the HA accepted, means that the hypothesis of there is a positive impact of health protocol application to a repurchase intention of Citylink Airlines passenger is accepted. Finally, our last slide. The pandemic brought significant changes to the behavior of passenger in aviation market. Given this understanding, the aviation industry had to adopt health and safety protocols. In this study, we examined the health protocol application in Citylink, and the results showed that Citylink has already appropriately applied related to the Indonesian health protocols. And also the study signified the repurchase intention during the pandemic, which most of the passenger in Citylink, they have high repurchase intention. The health protocol implementation brought positive impact toward the repurchase intention. The study contributes to the building trust of the airlines by implementing health protocol as a repurchase intention of potential passenger occurs. There are recommendation for the Citylink. The first one is simplification of the protocol application EHAC. I'm sure for you guys who already travel by air, filling the EHAC is quite hassle, because there are lots of things that you have to answer. And for the Citylink, they have to continuously distribute verbal, non-verbal notification to increase the referential intention. And lastly, Citylink must keep consistent in conducting protocol at any time. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much for the time, and I open for further discussion. I'll give back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Ibu Maya, for a great presentation. It's about health protocols in Citylink. Yeah, I'm sure that you are using Citylink quite a lot. Yeah, that's why you have your presentations or your research about Citylink. Yeah. So thank you very much. We will conduct with the next presenter. Yeah. And then after that, at the end of the 7th presenter, there will be a question and answer for each of the presenter. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Ibu Maya. Before we start with the next one, let me introduce myself. My name is Mananda. I'm from Tourism Faculty, and I will be your moderator until the second sessions. Yeah, for 18 presenter for today. Yeah, so let me continue with the next presenter, Professor Made Antara, to upload your presentations, and after that, we will provide you 10 minutes to do the presentation.
Thank you, the moderator, Mr. Bagus Mananda. I will presentation with the title Impact COVID-19 Pandemic on the Bali and Indonesian tourism. We come from University of Udayana. We research at the Tourism Excellence Center, University of Udayana. The COVID-19 pandemic, also known as the coronavirus pandemic, ongoing global pandemic of disease 2019 caused by several respiratory syndrome coronavirus. Bali is one of the favorite tourist destinations in the world. During 2020 pandemic, foreign tourist visit dropped drastically to a low point, so that Bali tourism can be said to have collapsed, which also resulted decrease in demand for the domestic product and micro, small, medium enterprise product, which ultimately reduced the performance of the Bali's economic in 2020, maybe even in the first few quarters of 2021. Many hotel workers in Bali have lost their job, and Balinese society in general has experienced decline in purchasing power. However, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on tourism in Bali, Indonesia, using several indicators need to be known and described clearly. Therefore, it's necessary to identify the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on Bali and Indonesian tourism. Formulation of the problem. How is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Bali tourism? What is the impact of COVID pandemic on the Indonesian tourism? Research purpose, identifying the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Bali tourism, identify the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Indonesian tourism. Now I use two indicators to measure the tourism, namely tourist visit and room occupancy rate. Research method, research location is the Province Bali and Indonesia, which were determined purposefully. Data type and source, we have data, qualitative and qualitative data, source of data, secondary source, generate secondary data as Central Bureau of Statistics for Bali and Central Bureau of Statistics, Republic of Indonesia. Primary source, interview with key informant, primary data. Method of collecting data, documentation, interview, and observation. Method of data analysis, descriptive statistic, qualitative descriptive, before and after, during comparison method. To know the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, use the method of analysis before and after, during or after or during comparison method, like this. Bali and Indonesian tourism indicator, Bali tourism among other tourist visit, hotel room occupancy. Before pandemic 2019, compare with during pandemic 2020. Indonesian tourism including use two indicators, so tourist visit and room occupancy rate. Result and discussion. In table in impact of COVID-19 pandemic on foreign tourist visit to Bali. The COVID-19 pandemic, which was followed by the implementation of social restriction and community activities, has reduced tourist visit to Bali and Indonesia in 2020 to 2020 around 1 million. Before in 2019, almost 6 million. It's mean decrease from 2019 to 2020, almost minus 82.96%. This is the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. How about in Indonesia? Indonesia so decreased the number of arrival visitor in 2019 or 2019 before pandemic, almost 16 million visitor visit to Indonesia. during pandemic 2020, only 4 million, around 4 million. It's mean decrease minus 75% for Indonesia. This figure one foreign tourist visit to Indonesia and the 5 countries with the most citizens visiting Indonesia. Figure one show the tourist visit to Indonesia and the 5 countries with the most citizens visiting Indonesia in 2020. There are 5 big foreign tourists by nationality in 2020 who visited Indonesia. Namely, most tourists came from Timor-Leste, followed by the Malaysia, and followed by Singapore, Australia, and Tiongkok. There's a 5 biggest nationality visit Indonesia in 2020. How about the arrival visit international tourists from 5 main entrants? Main entrant, the number of foreign tourists visiting Indonesia during 2020 was dominated by visit through entrant, namely Airport Igusti Ngurah Rai, around 1,000 airport, followed by Soekarno Hatta Airport, Batam entrant, Tanjung Uban, and Kuala Lumpur Airport. How about the hotel room occupancy rate in Bali? The impact of the decrease the foreign visit to Bali caused hotel room occupancy rate decrease. In September 2019, before pandemic, the room occupancy rate of the star hotel in Bali achieved 63.22%, and during pandemic September 2020 decrease achieved 4.40%. There is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. How about room occupancy rate hotel in Indonesia? I get the information room occupancy rate from the BPS Central Bureau Statistik of Republik Indonesia Jakarta. Before pandemic in 2019, the occupancy rate hotel in Indonesia before pandemic achieved 54.81%. Decrease during pandemic in 2020, only 33.79%. This is the decrease the room occupancy rate in Indonesian impact of COVID-19 pandemic. This is the illustration figure hotel room occupancy rate class in Indonesia. This is the clearly you can see how the hotel room occupancy rate in Indonesia. I get from Kompas like this. Consequence of the decrease in tourism arrival visit to Bali, Indonesia, hotel room occupancy rate in Bali, Indonesia, many star and Melati hotel are closed and even offer for sale, but no data. I cannot data. Many hotel workers are laid off in Indonesia PHK, and employee part-time, no data. Many tourist-related service industry worker unemployment in Indonesia menganggur. Decreased demand for agriculture product and micro, small, and medium enterprise. Decreased demand. worker not directly related to tourism, also unemployment, because the tourists in Bali has the direct linkage, indirect linkage, and injust linkage. The purchasing power of the people of Bali, in particular and Indonesia, is really a decline. The purchasing power. Finally, Bali's economic growth in 2020 contracted minus 8.30%. This is the Central Bureau of Bali. And Indonesia economic contracted only minus 2.07%. Conclusion: the COVID-19 pandemic had negative impact of Bali and Indonesia tourism. The COVID-19 pandemic has impact on reducing the foreign tourist visit to Indonesia and Bali. The COVID-19 pandemic has more severe impact on Bali tourism than Indonesia tourism, which is presented by a decrease in tourist arrival and hotel room occupancy rate. And ultimately has a more severe impact on Bali economic growth than Indonesia economy. Suggestion: in the case of COVID-19 infection in Bali has decreased, like now, the central government should start opening the international border for direct international flight to Bali, while still implementing the strict health protocol. This is based on the argument that tourism cannot be replaced by other sector, because tourism in Bali is very dominant. Many service activity linked with tourism by other sector as the leading sector of the Bali's economy, because Bali wealth is only culture and the beauty of the natural environment that can be packaged into tourist attraction. Thank you, Om Santi Santi. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Prof. Madhyantara, for your patience. Just wondering, Ibu Maya, are you still here with us? Ibu Maya? Yes, okay, Ibu Maya is still here. Just wondering, I would like to ask some questions for Ibu Maya and then also Prof. Antara. So, because later on, if I ask some questions, there will be, it's too long and I will forget about the questions. Ibu Maya, so do you think that CityLink is the one that you did your research with, will become the pioneer in the future? As you know that Garuda is nearly bankrupt at the moment. By doing this system, do you think that they will become the leader of the airline in Indonesia? Do you think by the health protocol of, the second one, the health protocol of CityLink, is it better than the other airlines? That's why you did this research. So what do you think about that?
Okay, thank you. Well, yeah, as we know that Garuda is on the edge, right? And CityLink is one of the subsidiary of the Garuda. Comparing the CityLink application, health protocol application and Garuda these days is quite different. Garuda already changed the health protocol. I was in Banyuwangi a couple days ago using the CityLink. They still apply with the protocol when the sitting arrangement is not side by side. But the Garuda nowadays, because the issues, I think they try to optimize the capacity on the airlines. So if your question is CityLink will be the leader, well, I don't know. For the low-cost airlines, perhaps yes, because as far as I know, why CityLink chosen to be studied? Because we compare with the Lion Group. CityLink can be compared with Lion, and Garuda can be compared with Batik. Yeah, And during the pandemic, Batik and Lion don't really apply the protocol, particularly on flight in the cabin. So I think with the consistency of Citylink doing the protocols up to today, I think it will be survive. Can be a leader as well. I think that's my answer.
Okay, so because since you did research about the intention deficit about the customer, so definitely I can see that the range of basically based on your calculation is quite high. Yeah, it's quite high rate on passenger to use Citylink in the future because of the technology of health protocol that they have. Yeah. Basically, that also influence people to use Citylink more. The flight, is that the reason?
Yeah, one of the reason is because Citylink already has the application in the better fly Citylink. You can download it in either in your mobile phone or Android as well, and it connect with the Peduli Lindungi as well. So the system is already integrated, so it makes you more easier. Even though still you have to fill in so many form online, of course, particularly the e-hack quite well, it's quite hassle. I think that the proper word, because you have to fill in so many columns. Yeah, with the digital, with the technology, it helps. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ibu Maya. That answered my questions actually. Thank you very much. Next, Prof. Antara, questions in regards the one that the topics that you had really said about for us as a Balinese, with what happening with the COVID-19, and then since we have the border international open on 14th of October, but still there is no gas coming in, and what is your suggestion or your strategy to make customer or guests to come to Bali? Thank you very much, Prof.
Yes, I agree. Now in Bali, the infection of COVID-19 pandemic plateaued and decreased, and on the time open the border. According to me, don't quarantine. Just open the international border to Bali. Now was over the international border by the Minister of Tourism, but still tight the what's syarat ya quarantine 7 days, quarantine PCR. I think not the foreign tourism go to Bali. Visit to Bali just three days, but quarantine 7 days. Oh no good. Don't quarantine. Just vaccine to twice or I think don't PCR. Why until now there isn't foreign tourist visit to Bali, although the international border was opened by the Ministry of Tourism, because the insurance is very tight. Quarantine 7 days, from 10 days decrease 7 days, now 5 days PCR or etc. That is no need by the foreign tourists like that. According to me, don't quarantine, don't PCR, enough the twice vaccine and winter the what the card prove the twice vaccine. I think enough that. If like now the insurance no foreign tourist visit won't go to Bali. it's very tight, the insurance. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Prof, with your explanation about the strategy. Yeah, this is one of our concern in Bali in regards with the quarantine period, which is used to be 7 days, then 3 days, and not sure what days is going to be next future. Yeah? And then also PCR is quite expensive. It's from 1 million to 200. Yeah.
Let us listen to PCR. PCR just flight, airport flight. Discrimination treatment via land. No PCR, but use the flight in flight. Use PCR. No discrimination. Still discrimination. Yeah.
I heard that PCR is here is quite expensive. Yeah. In India, it's only 65,000, and in Indonesia, although it's reached already 300,000 rupiah. Yeah, but still, though, it's a lot of money actually for PCR. Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof, for your explanations.
Thank you.
And like us.
Very good comment. Yeah.
Questions. Vaccine destination. That's a great idea. if there is no quarantine, how to ensure the incoming visitor safe and healthy, or maybe Bali can be offered as vaccine destination? Can be. We have that. Actually, we have this idea already, but I think since there is, I think, the regulations in terms of the airline to international airport, that is the main problem for us to become vaccine destinations. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me continue. I think Prof. Antara can answer it later on when we have time for question and answer at the end. Okay. Next presenter, Ibu Nimade Swastini. The next paper is about stakeholder perception on internship program during the COVID-19 pandemic. Are you ready with your presentations, Ibu Nimade Swastini?
Yes, sure. Thank you very much.
Can you upload your presentation, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Today, I will present our research entitled Stakeholder Perception on Internship Program during the COVID-19 pandemic. Before we start, let me introduce myself. My name is Made Swastini, and our research teams are Ibu Nyoman Sukerti, Ibu Dr. Iren, and Bapak Wirautama. I will start with introduction. The education sector is also experiencing obstacle in carrying out the learning and teaching process in the condition of the COVID-19 pandemic. All forms of learning that require face-to-face meeting are abolished until uncertain time. This condition undoubtedly has an effect on the inclusion of industrial work practices in vocational education institution curriculum. And the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has necessitated a delay and modification of the internship schedule. Next, our research objective are the stakeholder perception about the internship during the COVID-19 pandemic, and to determine stakeholder perspective on virtual internship. Literature review. Internships are a three-way collaboration between student, educational institution, and the organization that hosts them by UN Law 2012. And there were three stakeholders in the implementation of the internship, namely educational institution, employer, and students. The three parties involved in the internship were mutually benefit, and students gain real work experience, educational institution gain a reputation and employers gain potential applicants. Our research methodology internship this research was conducted at 6 state tourism universities or PTNP under the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. The 6 PTNP were Bandung Tourism College, Bali Tourism Polytechnic, Medan Tourism Polytechnic, Makassar Tourism Polytechnic, Palembang Tourism Polytechnic, and Lombok Tourism Polytechnic. In order to prepare graduates who were ready to work, respective PTNP require its student to carry out industrial work practice or internship. Its PTNP had cooperation with the industry that became attraction of respective PTNP. The object of this research was the perception of stakeholder in industrial work practices, namely the perception of student, industry parties, and institution during the internship in COVID-19 pandemic situation. These research respondents are the 6 PTNP students who carry out industrial work practices in July until December 2020 period. The industry that provided industrial work practices for students in July until December 2020 period, and the PTNP which was responsibility for the placement of students whom carry out industrial work practices in July until December 2020 period. In this case is the head of the subsection of the industrial work practice of its PTNP and its staff. A Scala Richter scale was used to assess the question items. The study questionnaire comprised 3 dimensions: student-focused issues, institution-specific issues, and organization-specific issues. Let me show our research and discussion in the table 1. According to the perception of stakeholder, including students, the tourists and hospitality industry, and the state tourist university under the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, internship undertaken during the COVID-19 pandemic were broadly accepted. This indicates that the variable of the quality of the internship carried out during the COVID-19 pandemic as measured by the mention of student-focused issues, institution-specific issues, and organization-specific issues are generally considered good by stakeholders. However, for the remuneration dimension, all stakeholders do not agree. Students state that when they did their internship, they did not get paid because their goal was to increase their knowledge and skills in the real workplace. The industry also state that there was no payment for students who were doing internship. Indeed, before the pandemic, in general, students who did internship received 1 meal and their hotel or internship place. There is an efficiency policy and to avoid cross-contamination of COVID-19. Therefore, the meal facility is discontinued. And moreover, the working time in the internship tends to be less than 9 working days and was not carried out in full for 6 working days, while the PTNP also state that remuneration was not obtained by internship students. The stakeholder, including students, industry, and the State Tourism University under the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, are generally agree regarding virtual internship conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic. Stakeholders recognize that introducing virtual internship is vital to begin thinking about in consideration of COVID-19 pandemic unpredictable conclusion and transition toward new normal area. However, if we look further, it turns out that PTNP stakeholders do not agree that virtual internship equips students with practical skill, improve student mindset about service. Students are adequately prepared to deal with real-world challenge to emerge in the hospitality and tourism industry. Virtual internship can be incorporated into the new normal of learning. Technology can continue to expand capabilities while decrease costs. Industry and training provider can use this as persuasive factor for gradually replacing internship entirely with virtual internship, and arguing against the notion that the skill required for the post-COVID-19 era may be learned through virtual internship. And the limitation for and future research, we have the majority of respondents were from Bali Tourism Polytechnic, which better reflect that state of Bali tourism, which has suffered tremendously as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, the industry stakeholders are mostly from hotel sector as well as government educational institution, private educational institution, and other sector that are also part of the tourism and hospitality business can be included as research respondent for further research. Future research on the feasibility of undertaking virtual internship is needed, especially in developing countries where the adoption of technology varies depending on availability of funding and capability of its stakeholder. That's all. Thank you. The time I give with the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Made, for your presentation. It was a great presentation. I just wondering, some questions arise in my mind about how do you think that the stakeholder, basically, the stakeholder will, do you think that the students will go to the alumni to become the stakeholder, alumni of the stakeholder, or they will go to random place? That is the first one. And the second one, how do they define about the stakeholder, define about the quality of the students or the internship?
Okay, thank you, moderator, for the questions. I'm sorry,
the first question maybe
it's not very clear.
Okay. For the first questions is about, as you know that so many alumni become the stakeholder.
Yep.
Yeah, and who are working or maybe own a business.
Yes.
So do you think that the stakeholder will choose from specific how they, let's say like this way, how do you think that the stakeholder choosing the internship? Is it from their own place that they used to be study, for example, in Polytechnic, they used to become a member or a student over there, or random place, or they prefer to have their alumni to work over there. Yeah, that's the first one. The second one is about how the stakeholder identify the quality of the internship. What is the first thing that they're looking for? Which one is the, you mentioned about the good internship. They have a good internship. So which quality are they looking for? Is it about teamwork or about anything or communication? I don't know. So which one is that?
Yes. Yes, thank you, moderator, for the questions. So for the first question is about how the alumni usually came to where their previous studied. So like mostly in Bali, most hotel have all the alumni from Polytechnic Pariwisata Bali are all spread in hotels, and yeah, it's because it's a very well-known state vocational school. So almost all hotel have our alumni, and yes, they come to the campus and ask whether there's students who wants to continue or to go internship in their hotel or restaurant or whatever it is. So yeah, yes, that is very true, because maybe their standard is their self. They see their self and then they think that they already had a good education in the college, so they have no hesitation to use their own how do you say it, students, yeah, the students from the alumni. So for the second one, the quality, how they know that the quality is what they're seeking. So we have no doubt that what we already taught in the Polytechnic is what the industry needed. So they never in terms of the quality of working, yes, I can say that all the students from Polytechnic Pariwisata Bali has never get any complaint whatsoever. How can I know this? Because we always have a monitoring to the student who have internship, and then there's never a complaint. They always say nice thing, and then at the end of the internship, they always get a very high grade in their performance evaluation. So in terms of the quality, we know that from the performance evaluation that the students bring back from their the hotel or whatever place their internship.
Thank you very much, Ibu Irene.
Okay,
one more that I still have in my mind. Yeah, in regards with as you know that remuneration dimension is very essential in the future. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Remuneration. Yeah.
So do you think that it will be impact in the future with the stakeholder? What is the stakeholder thing?
We are talking here about the remuneration of the internee, not the remuneration after they are applying for a job. So as the students, they don't get paid. Usually before the COVID-19, they got a one-time meal, and then some hotels give them transportation allowance. But now, because of because of the pandemic, yes, the pandemic, everything has to be cut down. All the not necessary cost has to be cut down, and then they don't get a meal, they don't get transportation allowance. But this is not the remuneration about their working, but this is about how they gain a knowledge in the real world situation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Ibu Irin. Yeah, it was.
Thank you.
It was great presentations. Yeah,
yes,
thank you very much for the explanation, so I can understand more.
Thank you, Bu Iren.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak
Okay.
Gus.
Yeah, thank you. For the next presentations, let me invite Ibu Ida Ayu Karina Putri. The paper is about evaluation of management homestay business with CHSE parameter in or health protocol parameter in Ubud tourism area Bali during pandemic COVID-19. Okay, Ibu Ida Ayu Karina Putri, are you here? Okay. Can you uploaded your presentation, please? Thank you. And the floor is yours.
Sorry. Hello, moderator. Can you see the presentations?
Yes, I can see it. Please continue. Yes.
Okay. So hello everyone and good evening to Mr. Mananda as moderator. So as my lecture in bachelor degree too. So thank you for your opportunity. As right now I am going to present you about my presentations on evaluations of management homestay businesses with CASE parameters in Ubud tourism area Bali during pandemic COVID-19. So I am Karina, and I have been graduated in Master of Tourism in the University 2020. So today I am going to divide this presentations into 4 major parts. Firstly is introductions, followed by methodology and result and discussion, and ended by conclusions. So here's the reason why I choose this as my topic and why its research was initiated. First, that the province of Bali recorded that the number of foreign tourist arrival has decreased in 2020 with the number of visits reached minus 82.97 due to a policy of restrictions. This data source is from Bali Province Central Statistics 2021. And the Bali provincial government, together with the Indonesian Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, in the recovery of tourism in the new normal era by implementing the certifications of cleanliness, healthy, safety, and environmental sustainability, also known as CASE. Homestay businesses in the Ubud tourism area from the beginning of tourism development in Bali due to the COVID-19 pandemic still maintain services and hospitality can be safe and comfortable accommodations business traits. So the research objective is first is analyze the performance of homestay business during the COVID-19 pandemic in the Ubud tourism area. And the second is evaluate the CASE based homestay management in the Ubud tourism area. And the last is analyze the tourism recovery involved in the Ubud tourism area. So this research was conducted in the Ubud tourism area Gianyar Regency with a coverage area of Ubud, Galang, and Payangan subdistricts. This research used a qualitative method with a case study approach. Source data obtained from observation, surveys, and documentations. The surveys was conducted with in-depth interviews with key informants and 30 homestay samples. The data analysis technique used in this data was quantitative descriptive with Likert scale using 5 points of assessment to measure the readiness of homestay owners in implementing CASE-based management through observational guidance. So I consult these informants as a reference group for gathering data from the public to private sector. First is our honor Vice Governor is Prof. Sopoda Oktaran Sukawati. and Mr. Ida Bagus Purwasidaman, and Mrs. Cokorda Srinyawati, Mr. Ida Bagus Gede Wiryawan, and also Mr. Cokorda Gede Agung Ichiro Sukawati. And next, we move on to the result and discussions. So on the next this part is we discuss about the homestay business performance during the COVID-19 pandemic in Ubud tourism area. The result that I already observed and doing is first, there was decreased homestay occupancy in Ubud district by 18% and followed by Tegalang and Payangan districts decreased by 90%. And also the impact is changes of setting operating hours for tourist acceptance, limiting the number of tourists in one room, and implementation of health protocol. And the last impact or the last performance homestay business is a reduction prices and provide voucher for tourists. As we know that many business that give a lower price or discount price, that we can conclude that there are competition between among the owners. My topic is among the homestay owner, and also that we already find the new trend in Bali, especially that is staycation trend. And you can see the screen there, the sample of the staycation trend in Ubud tourism area, especially in Gunung Merta, Bungalo. There is also staycation and vacations. And next is the result of the implementation of CISE based homestay businesses management procedure in the Ubud tourism area. Actually, the parameter that I used in this table and that you can see on the screen is I adopted from the booklet that you can download it into the official website of the Ministry of Tourism and Economic Creative Indonesia. And so the result is actually in Ubud area for the homestay is categorized as good with a percentage of 76.83%. And but the perimeter spacing in the seat or floor in the receptions unit with a score of 50.67%, which means that this parameter have been applied enough. There are a few homestay that not apply this parameter because they thought that they don't need to put the space between the floor or the reception because hotel and homestay are different. Hotel has a larger area than homestay. That's it. Next is the homestay business recovery plan in Ubud tourism area in the new normal era is first that we know is already that have been implemented is We Love Bali Indonesia Care campaigns. This is actually a educational program on the application of CISE based health protocols. And the second is Ubud as a green zone. The Bali provincial government has prepared, it is already finished as COVID-19 free green zone, which will be used as a free COVID corridor or FCC. And the last program is kick-off program for destination. This for strengthening the destination management organization governance or the MODG. So in our effort to discuss and analyze the result, we highlighted the 3 points of our discussion. First is the performance of homestay businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic experienced a drastic decline. And the second, evaluation of the implementation of management of homestay businesses based on CISE in Ubud tourism area has been carried out on 30 homestay businesses with good implementation, with the score is 76.83%, but still needs to be improved. And the last point is tourism recovery efforts in the Ubud tourism area includes the implementation of the We Love Bali campaigns, establishing a green zone and consolidating the strengthening of destination governance that had been implemented well. That's all about my presentation today. I will give the time for moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Ida Ayu Karina Putri, for your presentation about evaluations of management homestay business in Ubud. And Thank you very much. Just wondering, do you think that the homestay put down all the stuff, fire all the stuff, or what happened? You know?
Okay. So the owner is still need the staff, but they have changed the procedure. I mean, like the optimal procedure, like they divided into two shifts. I mean, like someone only two staff. Is it different from the hotel? I mean, like in the homestay, the owner only have two until five staff to manage the homestay, but the hotel we need many staff, as you can see. But so in the homestay, the owner divided into two groups who is join into the morning shift and who join the night shift, like that.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
There are no the retire or something like PHK. No.
Thank you very much, Ibu Idayu, for your presentations.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you are
for the
welcome.
next presenter, I will invite Ibu Ida Ayu Anggreni Suryaningsih. The paper topic is about resilience of Stars Hotel in Badung Regency dealing with difficult situation during COVID-19. Ibu Ida Ayu Anggreni, I can see you are already in these rooms. Would you mind to share your paper or your presentation, please? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Could you see my screen?
Still started screen sharing.
Okay. Let me show you my presentation. Wait a moment. This is a little problem.
Oh, Dayu, I know you, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, congratulations.
Long time no see. Could you see my screen, Mr. Mananda?
Yes, I can see it. Okay. You may continue with your presentation. Thank you.
Wait a moment. Can you hear my voice? Is it clear?
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay, thank you for the time to Mr. Mananda as moderator. Today I'm Ida Ayu Anggreni Suryaningsih. I would like to present my research, my short research. The topic is the resilience of Star Hotel in Badung Regency, dealing with difficult situation during COVID-19. Okay, now I would like to present my research, my introduction. In Bali, the impact of pandemic COVID-19. Sorry, especially in hotel business, being a very recent event forced close the property. The occupancy rate of hotel rooms in Bali also decreased due to pandemic COVID-19. Based on data from Bali Central Statistic during May 2020, only 2.02% of room occupancy, which includes star and non-star hotel. The uncontrolled condition that continued until end of the year, hotel occupancy rate was still below 10% from Bali statistic 2020. This level of occupancy has not been able to cover the hotel operation. In this research in Badung Regency, of course, as a barometer for Bali tourism, it has the highest number of all-star hotel in Bali is greatly affected by the COVID-19 situation. Many tourist business are currently in a resilient situation or in survive situation. Based on that issue, the research problem in this research have two. The first is the effort made by the Star Hotel in Badung Regency to survive for a year or since the COVID-19 begins. And the second is the strategy that will be implemented by Star Hotel if the COVID-19 continue the next 1 or 2 years. And the general objective on this study is to know the effort and strategy made by Star Hotel in Badung Regency to resilience the hotel during pandemic COVID-19. And then I move to literature review. In this research, the theory of management from George F. Terry, and nowadays the POIC, the theory management is consists the planning, organizing, actuating, and controlling. And then now I would like to talk about methods. The research was conducted in Badung Regency. This location was chosen because most of the 1 to 5-star hotel are located in Badung Regency. We said that almost 70% of star hotel in Bali are located in Badung Regency. And then the study used an exploratory method through a quantitative approach, and this research to use the get an inventory of the effort made by star hotel to survive in COVID-19 situation. Data were collected using questionnaires online via Google Form. The respondents selected in the study are decision makers in hotel industry based on involvement and the highest position such as general manager, middle level, until top level manager in the hotel. The technique of distributing online questionnaire was distributed of member the PHRI Badung Regency through several questions.
We are losing your voice. Maybe you just need to do it closer.
I'm
with
sorry.
the speaker.
Yeah, you can hear my voice?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear it now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will next the presentation. And then the population in this study is all star hotel from 1 to 5-star that registered in tourism office Badung Regency. The total is 170 US star hotels. Sample was selected based on proportional proportion to size or PPS sampling method, involving 2 cluster of accommodation, namely the 1 is 1, 2, and 3-star rated hotel for cluster 1, and 4 and 5-star rated hotel for cluster 2. The sample size work exceeded the planned sample size in order to reduce errors less than 20% of error. Okay, the population of 2 cluster will be presented in table 1 below. Okay, this is the number of hotels selected as sample. From cluster 1, this 1, 2, and 3-star rated hotel have 10 sample, the totally 10 sample, and the cluster 2 for hotel 4 and 5-star rated hotel have 20 sample. The total sample in this research is 30 sample hotel. Okay, now I would like to talk about the result and discussion from formulation of problem number 1, the effort made by the Star Hotel in Badung Regency to survive for a year or since the COVID-19 begins. From the 30 sample hotel profit answer the distribute by questionnaire, this is the detail of 2 cluster will be presented in table 2. Okay, the effortnya from category number 1, this is promotion. In this promotion from cluster 2, lowering selling price in OTA or online travel agent. And then buy no stay later, stay weekly, monthly, and yearly program, special price for walk-in guests, staycation and long stay discount. And the last is social media promotion. From cluster 2, 4 and 5-star rated hotel in category promotion, same as the cluster previous cluster, but different in room promotion, food promotion, and pool promotion. Reactive again the social media such as Instagram or Facebook, and focus on CISA program. And then the last is joining the Willow Bali program. The category of human resources regulation in this all of cluster makes the reduced working hours in monthly in amount to employee that's no employment, the termination of employment, unpaid leave to employee, and reduction of payment basic salary employee. And the category of financial, there is a saving funds to cover the accommodation will survive from owner funds. And the last category is GISA program to complete the certificate of GISA protocol in their respective hotel. The formulation of problem number 2, the sensor, the strategy that will be implemented by Star Hotel if the COVID-19 continue in the next 1 or 2 years. This is the in graphic, can see from 30 sample hotels selected. It is in cluster 1, 2, and 3 star-rated hotel. The highest strategy has been chosen is dismiss or day off for a long time to select the employee. And the number 2 strategy that has been chosen is keep resilience with the maximum available funds per owner funds. And the third strategy has been chosen is terminate the employee or close the hotel was 20.5%. Different from cluster 2, from 4 and 5 star rated hotel is the highest strategy that will be has been chosen is keep resilience with maximal available funds was 48%. And the second strategy is dismiss or offer long time to selected employee. Now I move on the last is conclusion. The effort made by stakeholders in Badung Regency to stay resilient for a year on since the COVID-19 pandemic began. The first is promotion. In the general promotion, carrying out from its cluster have several similarities, namely lowering price at online travel agent, buy no stay later programs or promotion, staycation, food promotion, and room promotion. The second effort is in human resources regulation. We're also carrying out from its cluster such as laying off employee with an unpaid leave system, cutting basic salary up to 50%, terminated contract of employee, deduction working days each every month for employee who still unemployment. And furthermore, the optimized owner funds by its hotel are also very helpful for the hotel survive. In the last effort is implementing the GSA protocol for verification certificate based on the health protocol. And the strategy number 2, formulation of number 2 is the strategy that will be implemented by the hotel in Badung Regency. If the hotels continue, the pandemic continue in the next 1 or 2 years, is from cluster 1 to 3 star rated hotel chosen. The best strategy is dismiss or lay off for a long time to selected employee. And different from cluster 4 and 5 star rated hotel, the best strategy has been selected is stay resilient with maximum the available funds such as owner fund, loss and bracket fund, and previous year's profit hotel. Okay, I think that's all for my presentation. The time I give to Mr. Mananda as moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dayu Anggreni, for your presentation. It was a really good presentation about the resilience of the star hotel 1 to 3 and then 4, 5. Yeah, was great presentations. Just wondering about, so you said that the most of the income from the hotel is coming from staycations or because of the events or low cost. Which one do you think will influence guests to get in to go to the hotel during this period?
Pardon me?
Okay, so most of the customer
Yes,
now
staycation.
yeah, because of the
Yes.
staycation, so they can get the incomes. The hotel get the income. Is that one of the strategy, the main strategy of the hotel at the moment?
Yes, during pandemic COVID-19 in all of the cluster in all star rated hotel, the staycation is very highest chosen promotion in all of star hotel in Badung Regency, exactly in Badung Regency, maybe in Bali. The staycation promotion have a highest income per profit. This the result the source is from the questionnaires is taken by the general manager. Yeah, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, we know, we acknowledge about the situation at the moment, and
Yes.
we are feeling a bit down about the occupancy of the hotel. Yeah, I know it's, thank you very much for your presentations or your research. Your finding about the staycation is one of the source of the star hotels, yeah, during pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mananda.
Okay, yeah. Okay, let me continue for the next presenter. From the author is Ibu Dianita Skarini Oktanisa, and the paper is about Indonesian tourist preference towards tourist destinations during the pandemic in Bali. So, Ibu Dianita Skarini, are you here in this room? Okay, if not, let me continue with the next one, the last one, Ibu Dwi Aranugraini. The paper is about Selong Belanak Beach Development Strategy as Serving Attraction in Central Lombok.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, would you mind to upload your presentation, please?
Okay.
And you will have 10 minutes presentations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you see my presentation, moderator?
Yes, I can see it. Thank you.
Wait, where is... Okay, thank you for the opportunities. My name is Dwi Aranugraini. I will present my research with the title is Selong Belanak Beach Development Strategy as Surfing Attraction in Central Lombok. For the first, I will start from introduction. Selong Belanak Beach is potential tourist attraction surf, sizable both internally and externally, that both the strengths and opportunities in development. However, the potential for tourism surfing has not been developed optimally, and since COVID-19 hit, the number of tourists has decreased. Therefore, the research was conducted to find out what factors support and hinder the development of tourism attraction surfing at the Selong Belanak Beach. In the other, to be able to write development strategy to make Selong Belanak Beach a mainstay for the surfing destination of Central Lombok. For the problem formulation, is the first is internal and external factor affect the development of tourism attraction surfing at Selong Belanak Beach. And second problem is what is the strategy for developing tourist attraction at Selong Belanak Beach. There is 6 studies which are divided into 3 categories, namely the first is research related to surfing, the second is research related to strategies destination development, the third is research related to Selong Belanak Beach. Here are the research used descriptive approach. The result of data collection through FGD from group discussion are described in EVAS and EVAS matrix. Then the data is analyzed using the EA matrix analysis tools. Here is the attraction in Selong Belanak. There is surfing, fishing, sunset, buffalo crossing at the beach, and the event of surfing. The result, factor affecting the development of tourism attraction surfing at Selong Belanak Beach. Internal factor produce 25 indicator defined in 11 indicator of strength and 24 indicator of weakness. And the most influencing strength indicator with value 0.16 is ability of rental equipment surfing, surf school or surf school, or along with the instructor. The second is characteristic of sandy beach, there be reducing the risk of accident. And the most influencing weakness indicator is the first one is promising that has not been maximized And the second one is less structure serve management in Selong Blanak. External factor produce 10 indicator, including 6 opportunity indicator and 4 threat indicator. And the most influencing opportunity, as the first one is high interest from foreign investor. The second one is development of the Selong Blanak as in the priority for the regional government in the main support of K Mandalika. And the most threat are the first, cross surfing, who is less interested in the wave condition at Selong Blanak Beach. The second is conflict of entry fees with the neighboring village. Surfing tourism attraction development strategy at Selong Blanak Beach. From internal factor produce a value of 2.5 and from the internal has value 2.9. In a matrix, the results are in the fifth with a general strategy, namely market penetration, that is explained and increased market share in sport tourism product surfing in the current market, so more aggressive marketing and promotion effort. The second is product development by improving the quality of tourist attraction as well as adding variety by modifying new tourist attraction to more attractive market segment and according to the taste of the tourists. The strategy that we implement is the first one is from market penetration is one, increase cooperation among all stakeholders in tourism to improving the management of tourism destination, the management. 3, arrangement of the Selong Blanak beach area. 5, the 5th is deploying surfing training camp. From the product development strategy, can develop at Selong Blanak Beach is number 1 is the improving tourist facility for tourist attraction surfing. 2, maximizing the variety of type of sport tourism. 3rd is improving the quality of infrastructure and access to quality. 4th is improving the socialization and training of tourism human resources. Conclusion, the strategy can be applied to Selong Blanak Beach as destination surf featuring in Central Lombok need to increase and the promotion and marketing more aggressively and improve the supporting facility of tourism more varied for tourism. This is limit of this study is to the aspect of marketing and promotion in development of tourism attraction surfing, the impact of tourism development, economy, social, culture, environmental, the level of satisfaction of tourist surfing at Selong Blanak. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much. The time I will give to moderator, Mr. Mananda.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dwi Ara Nugraini. Yeah, it was 8 minutes. Yeah, 8 minutes presentations. It was great. So Selong, the location is in Mandalika, yeah.
Near Mandalika.
Oh, near Mandalika. Okay.
Yes.
So this beach is famous for surfer.
Yes, for the beginner.
For beginner. Okay. Mostly from which country do you think is coming to this?
From Australian.
Australia. Okay.
German.
And Germans. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I think because we started late at 4:55. Yeah. And then now is 6:22. And then we missed one of the presenter, which is Deanita Skarini of Tanisa, which is not in this room.
Yes.
So yeah, I think that's enough for our first parallel session 3 for today. Thank you very much for your contributions, and all of the presentations was great. Yeah, and then that's I think the parallel session 3 for today is finished. And is there any question? Is there any picture maybe, or we should continue with the next one? Okay, I think that's enough for today. Thank you very much for your contributions, for all presenter, all authors, and all the paper are great. And I will see you again in the next session. Take care of yourself, stay safe, and stay healthy. Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pananda.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Mister.
Okay.
See you.
Yeah.
Thank you. See
Thank you.
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 Okay, so we will continue. We are waiting for the other authors. So we supposed to have around 6:10. Operator, is there any one from the parallel session 4? Can you invite them to get into the room? Sorry. Okay, we have one participant already from parallel session 4. Ibu Amalia Tunggadewi, are you here already? And the topic is about marketing strategy, evaluation of Rumah Atsiri Indonesia during the new normal era. Ibu Amalia Tunggadewi.
I'm sorry.
Yes, would you mind to do your presentation, upload your presentation?
Oh,
And then
I'm not ready yet.
oh, okay. All right.
I'm the last one.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Yes.
you.
You need to prepare yourself. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. The first author is Igusti Agung Ayu Nitya Priti Santi. Are you here? And the paper is about the decision factors of the millennial generations. Visit to Montana del Cape in the new normal era. Okay, let's check the next one. The next author is Nimade Widiarsani, and the paper is about tourist trust visiting the attractions of the beach in Badung Regency on the adaptations of new normal. Okay, not here yet. Okay, the third one is Made Dayuh Harikosala, and the paper is about development strategy of destination areas Nipah Beach Tour, Malaka Village, Pemenang District, North Lombok, Nusa Tenggara.
For question and answer. Would you like to, maybe from the previous presenters, the audience can ask any question? Yeah, my former students, Tommy, you there?
Yeah, Mr. Indra.
Yeah, you have question not for the moderator, but for the presenters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you, Mr. Indra?
Good, good. So, so we now still in the parallel session. Maybe some of you guys, you would like to end, sorry, asking question for others, because some of the topic is very interesting here. So
Yeah.
talking about the social media strategy of Bali, or maybe Mr. Tommy, you have a question for the presenters that have just present their paper here.
Yeah, because now in nowadays I live in Surakarta, so
Okay.
is
this question for who?
Yeah, I have a question for Miss Rizka talking about the Ramayana Bali in Bali Kambang. Well, Miss Rizka talking about the public diplomacy that you mentioned before. As we know, the Ramayana Bali in Bali Kambang is managed by the tourism government in Surakarta, right? But we also have Ramayana Bali in Sriwardari, Taman Hiburan Sriwardari. So, do you think that the Ramayana Ballet managed by the culture government and Ramayana Ballet in Bali Kambang managed by the tourism government should have a public diplomacy? Because sometimes there is a crash schedule from the Ramayana Ballet in Bali Kambang and Ramayana Ballet in as we mentioned in Sriwardari, Taman Sriwardari. So in one day, sometimes there's a crash schedule. I think for in the Saturday night, sometimes the Ramayana Ballet held the performance, and the another place also there's performance too. So do you think that they need public diplomacy for internal government in Surakarta Regency, Surakarta City maybe?
Yes, please. Can you respond, Ms. Rizka Aulia Puspitasari, about the class schedule? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sir Tommy, for the question. I think it is still important for the city government of Surakarta, the tourism office, to conduct public diplomacy for Ramayana Balai Kambang performance, because I think the Ramayana Balai Kambang ballet performance is still kind of underrated, but rather than in Sriwardari. So and I think it is not that clash schedule, because it is two different show. In Sriwardari, it's a show which shows I'm sorry, Parata or something. Yeah, it's a different story with Ramayana Balai Kambang, and the schedule itself is also different. If Ramayana Balai Kambang, it's scheduled once a month in every Friday in the third week, while the performance in Sriwardari it's held every day, I suppose. And I think it's still important for the government to develop the show, the Ramayana Balai Kambang show, to be known by the local and international community more. Thank you. I hope it could answer your question.
Yes, as you mentioned before, that the Ramayana Ballet in Balai Kambang is only a month, once a month in the last week, maybe. As I know. Yeah, I think they should make a nice schedule, maybe. So when I would like to see Ramayana Ballet in Balai Kambang, sometimes we also another schedule in Sriwardari. So So maybe the tourists will confuse. They will, which one they choose for the performance. They will go to the Sriwedari or Balikambang, and as we know, the location is the best location is Sriwedari, because the Balikambang is far from the city center and the Sriwedari is near the city center. So the people will maybe choose the Sriwedari rather than Balikambang. So maybe need more strategy for attract the tourists, even domestic tourists or international tourists. I think. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Pak Indra. Thank you, Pak Rizka.
Any more question from Tommy? No?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rizka would like to add something? No?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
What about other audience? Would you like to asking the presenters? No? Okay. If there are no questions, so I just want to say something to my students here, because some of the audience here are students from postgraduate. So you can see this is the example of all the presenters, all the audience asking a question and presenting their paper. So you might do the similar, the same things next year. Yeah. So at least that you know what to do here. All right. So if there's no question, there's no presenters left here. So we might just end this session, the parallel session 4, breakout room 2. Thank you for all attendances and participants or participant presenters. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're sharing your idea, you're sharing all this, your research. It's very interesting to know that it's very broad and also very impressive. So I've got like 25 participants left here. I thank you very much. It's scheduled that we finish at 7:30, but then if there's no questions from you, sorry that I need to close this parallel session. And operator, maybe we can join back to the operator 2, co-host. Thank you very much. If you still here, Pusat Unggulan, yes, yeah. Terima kasih banyak. Shall we leave all of us, or we join? Maybe do we have any like a closing ceremony, or apakah ada Pusat Unggulan? Apakah ada acara penutupan?
Yes, Pak Indra.
What time is it? Jam berapa Arya? Karena
tidak. Back to the main room.
Oh, go. Okay, back to the main room. Yes. Thank you. Shall we? How do we back to the main room? Back to the main room. Okay, join.
Terima kasih dan apresiasi yang setinggi-tingginya
kepada Universitas Udayana melalui Pusat Penelitian Kebudayaan dan Pariwisata yang sudah mengambil inisiatif dan melaksanakan kegiatan International Conference on Tourism ini.
Welcome to the beautiful Thursday morning today on the 8th of November 2018 in the second Bali International Tourism Conference.
Welcome to Udayana University. Welcome to Bali, the island of God.
Dengan mengucapkan Om Awigenam Astu Nama Sidam, maka the second Bali International Tourism Conference Millennial Tourism dengan tema kreatif strategis toward sustainable tourism development in the millennial era pada hari ini 8 November sampai dengan 10 November saya nyatakan dibuka secara resmi.
The second Bali International Tourism Conference Millennial Tourism Creative Strategies Towards Sustainable Tourism Development in the Millennial Era is now officially open.
Congratulate the organising committee on developing a fascinating schedule and a very important topic on tourism. The issue about sustainability is not one that we should ever ignore. It's something that we should remain focused on because there is so much that we need to do.
hari ini kita melaksanakan kegiatan konferensi internasional yang kita beri nama The Third Bali International Tourism Conference. Konferensi ini dilaksanakan oleh Pusat Unggulan Pariwisata Universitas Udayana.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 3rd Bali International Tourism Conference 2019.
And welcome to Udayana University, the biggest and most famous university in the island.
The 3rd Bali International Tourism Conference is now officially open.
Terlaksananya 3 kali sampai saat ini, BITC ini merupakan sesuatu yang sangat produktif yang bisa mengakomodasi berbagai pemikiran, baik yang theoretical maupun yang praktis implementasi.
Menapaki kisah-kisah klasik yang terukir pada relief Candi Borobudur, membawa kita menarik garis waktu, mempelajari dan memaknai setiap nafas kehidupan. Waluku, tradisi masyarakat turun-menurun mengajarkan bahwa segala yang tumbuh dan hidup pasti membawa manfaat. Siapa yang menanam, dia yang akan menuai. Berkah tanah nan subur menjadi sumber kesejahteraan masyarakat setempat. Journey of the Stone. Tuhan Sang Maha Pencipta menciptakan semesta raya sebagai sarana kehidupan dan penghidupan. Berdialog dengan alam membuat jiwa saling terhubung, hingga rangkaian kata mampu mengalunkan doa bagi kebaikan bersama. Skilled hand. Setiap karya yang dibuat dengan hati selalu mampu memancarkan rona jiwa yang tersampaikan tanpa kata bagi para pencinta. Walking with the Star. Saatnya kita menjelajahi alam untuk memahami keindahan dari segala rupa. Membaca pesan alam dari langit, tanah, dan udara. Tropical Floral Wonderland. Mari belajar dari hal-hal sederhana agar mampu menjalani kehidupan dengan sebaik-baiknya, di mana manusia menjadi bagian dari alam semesta. Sudana Manohara. Kisah cinta dalam legenda selalu membawa harapan dan keyakinan untuk masa depan indah bagi dua insan yang sedang jatuh cinta. Percaya bahwa kebersamaan akan menciptakan kebahagiaan. Music Rhyme. Harmonisasi nada penuh makna mengalun dalam jiwa, mengajarkan hati untuk selalu berbaik sangka. Body and Soul. Keseimbangan hidup membawa kita pada satu tujuan. Hati yang bersih dan jiwa yang ikhlas menerima segala yang telah diberikan Tuhan. Karena sejatinya manusia, hewan dan tumbuhan saling membutuhkan hingga mampu hidup damai berdampingan. Jataka. Mari bersama membawa ingatan masa kecil yang penuh dengan warna-warni, serta dongeng-dongeng indah tentang dunia. menghadirkan tawa dan keceriaan alami dari wajah-wajah kecil penuh kebahagiaan. Maka sampailah kita pada satu kesatuan yang nyata, di mana harmonisasi alami membias megah dari balik cakrawala di Borobudur.
Honorable speakers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have had finished the whole session in the 5th Bali International Tourism Conference 2021. And then finally, we're here, gathered back in the main room for the closing session of our conference this year. And during this closing session, we will have a closing remarks delivered by the head of Center of Excellence in Tourism of Udayana University, Dr. Agung Suryawan Wiranata. So I will not hold you any longer to hear the closing remarks. So please welcome Dr. Agung Suryawan Wiranata.
Om Swastiastu. My God bless us. Very good evening. Distinguished speakers, all presenters, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to say a few words at the end of this conference. I'm grateful for having the opportunity to chair this event, working with our brilliant colleagues and generous staff. In fact, this conference has been running smoothly and successfully with support by Udayana University, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Republic of Indonesia, as well as through digital group. Great appreciation are given to all keynote and invited speakers who were sharing their thought, knowledge, and experiences. Also to all presenters who involved in these 2 days parallel sessions. Last but not least, appreciation are also delivered to all participants, steering and organizing committee, as well as our smart IT team and our charming master ceremony. We have been trying our best in organizing this conference, but it could not satisfy everyone. Please forgive us for any inconvenience during this conference. Finally, see you again in the 6th the Bali International Tourism Conference next year. Bye-bye for now. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded the whole agenda of the Fifth Bali International Tourism Conference 2021, and we also already participate until the closing remarks by Dr. Agung Suryawan Wiranata. So once again, we would like to convey our sincere appreciation to all of the keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, and of course, to all of the participants that participate during this year's conference. And hopefully, just like all of our hope, next year we can meet directly face to face or physically, or at least we can meet on also held this next year's conference in hybrid, so online and also offline. Hopefully, we can also meet you again at the 6th Bali International Tourism Conference 2022 in Bali. And don't forget to stay safe and implement a very strict health protocol. I'm Diana Riswari signing off. Have a great day and Om Santi 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 Om.